Hello, hello, hello. What a wonderful day it is. It is. Where are we? Alright, so I titled today's stream Building Bodega Simulator because after, well, not only did I receive really good comments, but after I showed that whole tutorial last time about how to connect the two most recent things that we got, I got a lot of really good feedback, but then I started bursting with ideas. When I say bursting with ideas, I'm sitting there for like 20 minutes straight, staring out the window up at the sky, and all of these ideas are just pouring into my brain. Like, I literally, in those 20-minute span, designed the entire game in my head. And we're gonna walk through. That's basically what we're gonna be doing for the next week or so. We're pretty much gonna be building out this now. The idea ran through my head, but it's a lot more complicated than one might think. So to recap, in the past couple of months, Unreal Engine has been so generous in giving us two very high quality assets. One of them was a renovation simulator, which kind of had some simulator aspects built into it, like placing stuff, painting walls, selling things, and it had like a monetary system set up. It's really bare bones, but it's a really good asset, and it typically costs about $100. And for the month of March, it's free. And then the second asset they gave us this was last month actually, I believe, was a building system, also pretty bare bones, but all it does is it lets you pick up your items, set them down any way you want. If it conflicts with anything, then it turns red and you cannot place it there. So it allows the player in game to pick up and move items to different locations. And for some reason, just with those two assets in mind, I developed an entire game based on a game that I had been playing lately but haven't really been enjoying, called Supermarket Simulator. It's fun, but it's grindy, and it doesn't really have, I would say it doesn't have a goal or objective. And the only goal is to build bigger, but there's no storyline. There's like some quality of life things that need to be addressed in it as well. And I just said I'm not going to sit here and like constantly build up to no avail when I could just make the game. I'd probably have more fun making it than playing that. So what we've done, so basically what I did so far was I pretty much, my last tutorial was about how to combine those two assets together and make them work within each other. So inside the game, the renovation simulator had sort of a, ignore that, that's a little trajectory marker for something else. The simulator had sort of a paint, wall to floor, ceiling, so I added a furniture section to it, and from that furniture section you can pick the type of furniture you want, and then you can place it down, you can rotate it. There was this weird bug where if you rotate it, it would just keep rotating like around in a circle. I fixed that. But you can rotate it where you want. You're not allowed to place it inside objects floating or in stairs, and there you go. And then once you do have it placed, you can pick it up, rotate it. I don't like the rotation's Q and E. I'm going to change that. I prefer a rotation with scroll and mouse wheel up and down. It just makes more sense. But that basically combines those two games. And then what I did sort of offline, I actually should probably still be in the game. What I did offline is I basically created a base template or starting template for a supermarket shelf. And so here's the shelf here. The spawn points are going to be dynamic pretty much based on what object. So right now the spawn points here match this object, and soon, or probably today, we'll get to it, but it should match the object that we have in our hand. or yeah. But right now I have these little jars, and this is the shelf. So if this is one shelf of a box I was holding, I press the one key and that object just goes and puts itself on the shelf. And later we'll do some animations and stuff. Right now that was just a test, getting one object from what would be a box to a shelf. Oh, really? Excuse me. I just hit a target. Give me one quick moment. I know, I've got a notification. 2 seconds. I have to check something. Where's the be right back? Why? I got pinged. What number are we at? Nice. Alright. 50. What is going on? I create another alert. 619, 650. I'm sorry, I started my stream a bit early, but we are still in the middle of trading hours, so if I get an alert, I will have to pause and then check it, but let's see, I can close, I'll just leave that minimized. What do I have open? I need Birthright demo. I'm just opening another game that I had started, and then there's something I want to get from it that I had already created, and then don't want to waste time recreating, so I'm just going to copy and paste it over. But I'm going to keep talking while we let, I can't let it open because I need to open up another instance of the launcher, which closes every time you open a new game for some reason. Okay, I have that open. Launcher. No. Essentially, I just need the character controller from this. Blueprints or game blueprints. Player controller. Character. My raycaster. There. Okay. I just want to make sure I set it up exactly the way I'm used to doing it. And then we'll keep my library open. Alright, so essentially what we've got are okay, let's close this. So essentially I've got this shelf where the items spawn into and that, but now what I need is I need to be able to carry it around and then put the items on the shelf based on the box that's in my hand. So that's going to require combining a couple systems. Since we're allowed to place furniture now, we kind of technically already have a pick up and carry around system. We just need to duplicate that system, but also do a little bit of tweaks in the player controller so that the player knows that we're carrying a box. So as it, where's the player window? Oh, okay. As it stands, we have this little middle mouse button that allows you to do different things. And in order to pick up a box, I kind of want it to be automatic. I always hated in games where I had to go to the middle mouse and it's like, oh, you can't pick up a box because you're in painting mode. Actually, yeah, that probably is going to have to be it. In order to pick up a box, you're going to have to be in hand mode. Since that type of thing is already programmed into the character, so why not build off of that and use it since this is what we're going to be using. So in order to be in hand mode, you have to pick up the box. Now, I don't have a box in, actually, they had a demo box in the game. I have a asset full of cardboard boxes, but I might as well use the demo box that already comes in the game. So let's figure out where this demo box is. Is it under mesh? Oh yeah, here we got a little cardboard box here. I'm not gonna bother with opening and closing. That's the kind of animation stuff that you do at the end. So I've got my little box here, and what I want is I want my box to have to basically, this was my box, but actually it started off as my shelf, and then I started moving stuff, and then I made a real shelf, but it essentially has the same code, and I'll show you guys that code in just a moment. Let me just get together everything that I need for the box. I actually wouldn't need to switch the code. What I would need to do is just switch some of the locations. So I'd start by taking box, going to what is box, my static mesh, applying that, seeing what it looks like in game. It's gonna look absolutely ridiculous first. And everything is going to, yeah. Alright, so now I have to get the stuff to spawn inside the box. And then from there, I'll be able to pick up the box, but we have to set up the whole pickup system. First, I just need to, because there's two pickup systems, right? In this game, because the renovation system has a pickup system and the decoration system has a pickup system. However, in the renovation system, when you pick something up, it's trash. So picking up in that system essentially deletes the object. I do not want that to conflict with picking up in the movement system, which allows you to carry something. Alright, so let me fix the blueprint here. Oh, it's going to be a highly productive day. We're going to be doing nothing but programming all day, and hopefully if you follow along and ask questions, which I forgot to do, ask me anything on the end of my title. If you ask questions, maybe you could build a game like this your own, or at least get some help on something that you're already building. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to change the title just a bit. Ask me anything, and put pipe there. Update all. It worked. Hurrah. Oh, you know what's missing? I always forget to start the music at the time. I was so excited about talking about this that I always forget to start the music. Oh, we have new music in. That's not new. Home Journey isn't new. Maybe this stuff isn't new either, but I don't know. Secret number 2. Let's listen to this. Alright, there we go. Might be a little bit too loud. It's a little too loud for me. I'm going to turn it down just a bit. There we go. I can hear myself speak. Alright, so a lot of this is pretty complicated. Give me a second to just... My chair got stuck on the rug for a moment. Alright. Nope, need another sip of drink. Got a false start there for a moment. Okay. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Did I? I stepped on my switch. Oops. Is that the? That's not even the right one. Give me a second. I have several monitors set up, and they're going through switches, and the switch to the capture card is near my feet, so I can tap it and switch it on command. But yeah, it doesn't help when you do it by accident. Well, let's get back into the game making. Here we go. I named my stuff silly things. But anyway, we want the box to be the actual box. The arrow, that arrow was just for me to figure out what side was the front of it. This is a box target, but actually, why don't I just render the objects the way I did it for the shelf? Because I use 2 different systems for this. only because I was trying out to which way was more effective. And so that was another shelf. Initially, when you saw the two shelves, the items were actually moving from the top to the bottom shelf. But I'm gonna go ahead and delete that because we're just making this the box. And then target, arrow. Target can go because target was where I was having the stuff moved to, so we're not even using that anymore. So now I have the box in the code and it's empty. Wait, I need actually I need a yeesh. My camera's moving at way too high of a speed. Thank you. And get into the box. The arrow's not a problem. We're gonna be removing that anyway. I just needed to see what the front was. I'm going to go ahead and add a box collision here. I didn't mean to add it. Oh yeah, I did. It doesn't matter. And then the box extent. Why is it crooked? Oh, that's gonna bother me. We need non-crooked boxes. Oh, it's crooked by default. No. That just won't do. Just attach it. I need to straighten this box out. Oh no. That looks straight. I don't know. The crooked is gonna really be a problem because everything needs to go neatly into the box based on the box extent. Alright, I'm gonna say I've done it. It's gonna probably be a little bit too big. It doesn't matter. Let's take this and put it back here. That's gonna be important in a moment. And let's go ahead and make it the size of the box. Alright, so I'll show you how I did the shelf and then we'll do that same, move that same logic over. Yeah, it's not straight, but it's close enough. It won't matter because this isn't the final mesh. It really kind of only matters that we can pick up the box and move it around and the stuff is inside of it. Since the box isn't like exactly straight, that's okay. Alright, so the way I did it for the shelf is we generate the placeholder slots, which now that I think about it, there's a lot that needs to go into this and I'm trying to figure out where to start. If I want more than one type of item to go, I would have to generate placeholders. Let's look at how I did it for the shelf. Oof, it's a bit complicated, but I think let's just look at the math for getting that other stuff isn't relevant to this part. Let's just look at the math for getting the items to display themselves in the grid. So the reason I'm gonna do it this way with slots is because I want to allow different items to fit into the same box. Honestly, if I just had one box and all items fit into that one box, that would be great. But let's just say this is just the one box size. So basically what I did was I took the shelf and I pulled the shelf's box extent, and then we did some math to figure out how many rows, based on the extent of the box, how many rows can fit in and how many columns. Well, no, not necessarily how many can fit in, but I feed it the row and the column of the product and it tell me how many of that product can sit from left to right, forward to back. So I take the box extent and I tell them this object is so and so. Well, I tell it how many rows I want it to take up on the shelf. You can do it either way. So I fed it in the rows that I want it to take up the shelf, but you could also feed it the size of the product. And if you feed it the size of the product, based on the size of the product and the gapping or the padding that you want to add between each box, the math would also figure that out. So the way it looks on the shelf right now is this, because I asked for 3x7. But if I did something like, where's my shelf? But if I took the shelf and I said, I don't want it to be a 3x7 anymore, I want it to be a 2x4. What it should do, which I haven't tested this yet, if it doesn't, I'm gonna cry. It does. What it does is it gives me 2x4. Now it is off, so something in my placement system is off, but I have to figure out where that is and add the appropriate thing. But basically, dynamically, it's going to change the shelf. The container itself changes sizes based on what item you're going to place on it. So I think the box needs to do the same thing. The box needs, so let's go ahead into, this was me lerping the items from one position to the next when you saw me move the item to the shelf. That's simple. We'll come back to that. So this is the math that I use for that, but I'm gonna change it slightly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change it slightly. Because the thing about this is each box starts off already having something in it, and that's kind of why I did it this way. But if I want it to change the items, then I need to do it the way of the shelf and then add the code for putting the item inside of it. This is the code for putting the item inside of it, but before I put the item in, I need to make the container dynamic. So that's what we're doing now, making a dynamic container. Why was I looking for the shelf? I look for a shelf, but we don't need to look for shelf. I was looking for a shelf to move the item over to really quickly, but the way we're going to do this is we're going to use interfaces and line tracing. But for the sake of the test, I just looked for the shelf, so because I don't have the line trace built into the character just yet. We're still trying to get the boxing and everything set. So I want the box to be dynamic. Let's move this over. Okay, box and shelf. Alright. So I go ahead and take the box, and then get bounds, get component bounds, which is going to give me the origin, which is the origin's the location. I think I use that a little bit later for positioning, and I think that's why my stuff is off kilter when I change it, because I haven't added the math yet for placing that exactly, which is fine. I'll add it. So what's going to happen is that depending on the object that goes into the box, each object is going to have a how it fits in a box and a how it fits in the shelf stat. So if it fits in the box, it's going to be, let's just take well, it was rice, but I found this cute little circle jar. So now I think it's a candle. Where'd it go? Oh, I deleted the spawn so it doesn't spawn in. I disconnected it. Oops. But anyway, let's keep going. I'm getting off track. We're going to get the component bounds, and the bounds we need is the box extent. And yes, I think yeah, split it. Okay. I don't need the origin here. I can just get box extent actually. Yeah, and then I'm going to go ahead and split it because there's going to be a lot of stuff that we need to do with each of the variables. So the first thing I do is I multiply. So box extent, for those that don't know, box extent is the radius of an object. And you would think, yeah, it's a box. We don't really use radiuses on the boxes. I guess we kind of do. But I just look at it as half height. So the number you're going to pull from box extent is your half height. And a lot of people get so confused because they're like, I use the box extent numbers and then I get my box out into the real world and it's 10 times smaller than what the unit says it's supposed to be. And I come over here and it's like 1 unit, but I get in the box side, the box extent is smaller. Yeah, box extent is half height. If you need to use the full extent of the box, you are going to have to multiply it by 2. Okay, and that's going to come in useful later. So go ahead and do that twice. X and Y. It works the same for Z. However, that kind of, I didn't use it for this. I guess I can use it. Yeah, I'll use it for this. Z is like up and down, so I kind of only really use it when I'm stacking objects. And I didn't add object stacking just yet for these items, but it will follow the same process. So alright, so multiply all of those by 2, and that's going to give you the width of your entire box from left to right. Alright. Please excuse my throat. I did wake up with sore throat today, and it's always affecting my speech, my ability to speak. But I'm getting through it. Okay, so alright, I multiplied my box height already, and now the next thing I need to do is divide it. No. Multiply it by 2 to get the height. Oh, okay, wait. Multiplication goes down here. I need to do more multiplication. -1. So when you're placing stuff in a grid, think about it like, I wish I could draw on this. Why is that a 0.1? It's -1. I wish I could draw. But just imagine, what would I do that is reading C++ symbols? I don't know, I hit something. Imagine you're looking at a grid and you're looking at 0, 0. Well, 0, 0 for objects is in the center, or wherever that, in the center of that pivot point. So if I'm looking at my box, oh, I can do it this way. I don't look at the top too often, so I don't know how to look at my, okay, tops. But doesn't it go into wireframe? No. Alright. So this is my grid. This is 0, 0. And this quadrant holds all positive numbers. And we know that getting the extent bounds only gives you half the height. So if I spawn anything using the extent bounds with half the height, I'm only gonna spawn in this area with the positive numbers. So I need to multiply each number by -1. So I multiply this number by -1 to get me the other side of this. So now my box is going to go from negative to positive in every direction, and therefore it's going to spawn in all 4 quadrants. So this is the positive side. This is -x, +y, -x, -y, +x, -y. So we need to do all of them. So dividing by multiplying by -1 is going to get me that number. And what I do is I take that number and I use it as my start location. So multiply by -1 is going to give me the negative opposite of this number. And then I promote each of them to variables. And we're just gonna call that, what is it called? X start. It's the starting location that all of the, of the spawning is gonna start. I know why it's off kilter, because when it spawns in the middle, and it does. I don't have any padding at the beginning. I need to add padding at the beginning, so there's only padding after the first object, so I'll fix that. So this, oh, that is not what happened. Promote. I don't know why my voice is so bad and why it's so hard for me to speak. My voice keeps cracking and I'm just trying to speak normally, so rough goings here. Maybe I'm coming down with something yet. Okay, we're gonna process those in order. Okay. Alright, so after we do that, that's all we needed from those. Let's go ahead and do this part down here. And move this upwards, because that's where we really don't need that anymore. We're gonna need this endpoint, but oops. These are gonna have to separate, so okay. The next thing we're gonna do is compile and save. Alright. So now we need to know how many can fit a certain direction. And that is based on, see, I didn't do Z before. I'm not gonna do it. Let's just keep it simple. We're not stacking the items yet. Add and stacking is easy, but let's just do this flow first, and then we'll add stacking after. We need to figure out how many items can fit. So we need to multiply it by the column size, or the grid size. Is this 3 and 7? Okay. So grid size X, grid size Y. We're gonna use 3 and 7 because I want to stack it in a box 3 by 7. Actually, we cannot even do that way. Well, we can. If I tie the column size, so if I wanted to make it dynamic, I shouldn't do it this way. I should do it based on the size of the object. If I do it this way, using grid X and grid Y, that means for every single item, I have to hard code how it fits. And it doesn't actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Because you kind of you don't want to rely on object sizes, because the object size might, I don't know. I could do it based on object size, but I'm doing it this way because wouldn't you test every item on the shelf to see how it fits before? So it really isn't taking away anything from your coding, other than it's a little less scalable because you're not using just the size of the object. And I guess it's a little more footwork too, because you're having to plug in the numbers of every single item. So every single new item you're having to plug in, like, okay, this can only fit 3 by 5 based on me setting it down, versus you taking the size of the item and going, okay, the item is this size. So if I were to do it based on item size and not grid expectancy, I guess that could work. But I would need a reference. I'd need a reference to the item that I was trying to put in. And if I need to change that item, guess it would be simpler to just do grid X and grid Y. But because there's never going to be a time where you don't know how it's going to be able to fit on the shelf. But if you want to just dump new items in a project, and don't have to worry about it and make they'll size themselves and make them size themselves, then the second way is the way to go. So let's say I wanted to make the objects size themselves based on their scale. I would need a reference object, and then the type it would have to be, for now, it's going to be BP Rice, but the type it would be BP Object Master, and this would be your master inventory item. Therefore, everything that inherited from that would be able to fit in here, but I don't have multiple items yet. Rice is what I'm testing it with, so I'm going to make it a BP type rice. Okay, and it would be an object reference. And for now, I would get the object from the world because it inherited it, or I would get the object from, that's interesting, because something would have to tell it to spawn. Interesting. Something would have to give it its reference. Looks like a long... I could put all of them in an enum, or I could do a data struct where it would pull... I could use a struct in a data table, I meant to say. Where all the information would be stored, and it will pull its reference from there, saying like, your box of rice, spawn the rice item. However, in order to know what item it should spawn and what item it should pull from the data table, all the items need to be pulled into an enum. This is gonna be fun. There's so many steps I'm backpedaling so far, because it's like, this needs this arm to work, and this needs to be attached to this to work. I think it's absolutely exhilarating. I'm sorry if it's hard to follow, but this is programming, baby. This is how we do it. Alright, let me go ahead and create my enum. And is it miscellaneous or data? I keep forgetting. It's here somewhere, I promise. No, it's up here. It's definitely up here. There we go. Alright. Stuffs. Watch, I'm gonna forget that name. Like, I'm gonna forget the name later. Alright, anyway, stuffs is gonna be rice and candle. And then I'm gonna have to make a struct. Stuffs struct. And then that's gonna take what stuffs, and that's gonna be, yeah, my enum. Okay, that's gonna be that. But inside the box, that struct has a lot more to it. Because I'm gonna make a data table based off of it, so inside the data table it's gonna need, that's the enum, the struct is gonna need what stuff, and then it's gonna have, I could put the box item size, I guess, oops, I guess I could put the item size here, but if I want it to be dynamic, it should pull the size of the item. Let's do, that's weird. Huh. Item size, that's gonna be, I'll think about that. I'll think about how I want to do that. I'm doing this all on the fly, so. Alright, so, but anyway, that information is not important right now. What's really important is I changed my reference object to my stuffs. Okay, So when this is spawned, when the box initially spawns, a box is never going to spawn without something already in it. So, here we go. I'm not gonna spawn the box yet, but when the box is spawned, the object it needs to take when spawning in is going to be what item it wants in there. And then based on the object, that's gonna be difficult. Why would I do that? There's gonna be too many things there. No, I can't do that. I'm not doing a switch statement. I'm gonna pull from a data table that hasn't been created yet. Let's go ahead and create the data table really quick using the struct of stuffs. Okay. DT stuffs. Alright, so we've got our table here. New item, add. Basically, rice is what we're going to be using, and the size of rice is, so I'd still have to hardwire that in, but it would be able to pull that information from the data table all in one spot. I have no idea what size rice is, by the way. What's this big box above it? Wait, is that? I have no idea what the box is for. Sure. What size is this? Let me see. Where is said static mesh? I don't even know. Let's go to you. Let's hover. 15 by 15 by 16 is the approximate size. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. Nope, this one. Its size is 15, data table. 15, 15, 16. Alright, those are the numbers we're gonna need to pull to know what size rice is. Okay, so new row, row name. I just get it by row name. Or just get the item, get data table. Where's the box? Get. Is it get data table row or row name? I think I have to use both at some point. Okay. Data table stuffs. Reference object. This should convert to the name. It's gonna be okay. I meant to expose that on spawn. So when we do spawn the object out, we'll be able to tell it to spawn something that we'll be able to tell it what the reference object is when it's ready to spawn. We get the reference object on there, Alright, it spawns with the reference object. It's going to be told what reference object it is, which isn't really going to do much if the box is empty and I'm trying to put a new object in it. That's a whole nother section of code. Right now we're just doing the original spawn for the object. Yeah, wait. If it's originally spawning with an object in it, it doesn't matter. Either way is useful. Alright, so we got our reference object. Row is definitely found. And the information we're gonna need is row size. So all of that just to come over and get the 3 sizes that we need. So now we're gonna take the row size, and that's what we're going to be dividing by. Okay. Alright, so we multiply 2 to get the whole height, and then we divide that number by whatever the size of the object is. And then we multiply this to get the full box extent, and we're also going to divide. That is not the divide button. 3. How did I get 3 pins here? Alright, so I'd like to keep this nice and neat, so we're gonna round it. Get us a nice clean whole number there. I suppose this, since that's the main line of the code, I'm gonna take that and move it around here. This can come here out of the way then. Build upwards from there. I'm trying to keep it neat because it's about to get real complicated. So yeah, let's do this. Okay, multiply by 2, divided by that. Same is gonna go. Move this one in. There we go. That's so much neater. I can switch it. I thought there was a way to switch the 2 nodes, but I could honestly be thinking about Blender and not realize it, so. Okay. Alright, and then we move those over and suddenly it's much neater. Okay. So after we round those numbers, we get this. There was a bit of a complication with rounding the numbers, and I had to solve that basically by saying if when round, because one of the numbers it rounded up, and rounding up made it larger than the extent of the box. So I think it was 7. Was it 7? No. It was 3, right? The half height, the box extent was 32. And then it rounded it to, I don't know, it rounded it to like 11. But then 11 times 3 is 33, but the extent was 32, so it kind of pushed it outside the bounds of the object. So I had to say, if multiplying, I had to multiply it back and say if it's above the extent of the object, then decrease maybe 1 or something from the whole number, because rounding could round it up or round it down. I'm sure there's a way to clamp it as well, but that was just a quick and dirty fix. Alright, so now that we've got our rounded number, the next thing we want to do is, let's see how I did it. Oh, I did do the, no, I didn't, let me see. Oh, I hard-coded in take away 1. Yeah, I should never have done that. That's a problem. And that's probably why the positioning is off kilter when I change the numbers. Yeah, I should not have. I thought I did it. I did the math, right? You see this line right here? The node to do it was here, and then I disconnected and deleted it without paying attention. And that's where I did it. Yeah. That was plugged into there. Yeah, because I multiplied it back again, and I said if it's. Well, let's go ahead and do that fix. So if the rounded number isn't allowed to be greater than the extent of the bounds. So the extent of the bounds is the object times 2. That's so unneat. So if the rounded number is larger than the extent of the bound, you want to, well, let's put a branch here. I took away 1, but what if it ends up being a whole lot more larger than 1? There have to be a way to determine that. But anyhow, I'm just gonna take away let's see. Alright, that's fine. I'll take away 1. Let's go ahead and we have a lot of connecting to do. It's easier, I think, to do it this way. And then move all of this over to the side here. Okay, so all right. I'll do the round for this one and then connect it back up there. So we're back moving along this line. So if this return value is greater than, wait, usually, okay, there we go. this times that. Then, do we have our numbers anyway? I have my grid size, but I don't have X and Y size. Alright, let's create two new variables, call it X size. A lot of these variables are pointless as well, so Y size, only the ones I need I'll have in the end. I'll go back and delete them. Some of them were just used for testing as well. Alright, so I want to set both of these. That's Y again. Alright, and then I'll have two sets. So if it is bigger, we want to set it -1. Actually, no, -1 works because it's never gonna be. It should never. It rounded up, saying that 11 can fit, but that made it too big. So if you take one saying 10 can fit, it's just gonna space it out 10 times. Okay. Because this is based on how many objects can fit. And you're doing like, you're dividing it and then rounding it up. So if you divide it, it's -1, it should never be that much bigger based on what we're actually doing the math on, the values we're doing the math to. So if it is bigger, we just want to subtract 1 from it. What? Oh, sheesh. Sizes are going to be in whole numbers. Yeah, no results. I know. I didn't even change the variable type yet. What? Change variable type? I didn't get to change it to anything yet. What? Do nothing? It's breaking on me. Stop being rude. There, the menu wouldn't come up. Now I want to change variable type. I don't know how, okay, why it's an array, but let's go ahead and make that. My gosh. Good thing I didn't use the numbers yet. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and take 1 away from that, and then the same -1 here, which is the number -1. But then if it's false, we're just going to set. Oh, that doesn't belong there. If it's false, just set it to the next number, or set it to the round number. I'm going to do the same thing for here. If it's true, if it is greater than it, and the -1 is just saying store 1 less object on the shelf. And because we're rounding it and doing division, there's never going to be, it's never going to round it to like 5 objects extra because it's divisible by the item. It's just that the rounding may make it 1, 2 more, 1 object on the shelf more, and that's what we have to do. So subtracting it by 1, it's never going to conflict. Like, I'm never going to need to subtract it by 2 items on the shelf or by 3, because it's always ever just going to do what's divisible by the original number. And then the -1 is just if the rounding happens to round it upwards instead of down. So there's that. Now I have to do the second set Y size. If it's false, we're going to go ahead and set that to there. Alright, the math is not over. It gets even more complicated. Stay tuned. Alright, so... Whew. And to think we only just did like one simple division on how many items can fit on the shelf in a certain location. So the next thing we got to do, let's go ahead to connect this up to this. I'll do it to the bottom branch first, right? So that goes up there, and then whether it's true or false, it needs to come back to here. We've already checked it, so we checked those, and that's gonna keep us going. It's gonna be hard to see. Actually, no, it's not, because this can just move over. It'll be stretched out, but at least you'll be able to see the pathing of where things are coming from. And this could be moved over. Well, no, I had that moved back this way so we could see where the white line was coming from. But these two nodes can be moved over like this, and even down, because we've got the space for it. So we know where that's coming from, we know where that was coming from. I'll do a reroute node here. It's very important to me that the code is like sitting neatly so I can see where everything goes to. If I came back in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to look at this and I didn't know where everything was going through and I had to sit there and pull it, pick it apart like I was pulling string cheese apart, that would be ridiculous. Alright, so same for this, I suppose. Reroute that upwards. This can and will come down to there. This reroute node will go here. These two come down. I actually probably should have rerouted this one. Undo that second one. Alright, so the next thing. What the hell? It's probably a bad way to reroute that, but okay. I don't know how to make this look neat. More reroute nodes, there we go. Neat enough. Alright, so no matter what check we do here, it's always gonna go through there. And then we set the size for the item. Okay, so this is basically setting the size for the X and Y size for the entire box. But remember that bounding is like half size. So later when we go to create the bounding box, we do have to divide it in half before we can use it. Actually, I think I divided in half first. Don't I? Don't I go back and divide it in half first? I sure did, right here. Alright, so I divided it in half, but I didn't have those same checks. So I divided it in half before I set it. Just because we're dealing with half heights, and when you spawn in a box, they're gonna ask for the half height. They're not gonna ask for the full length of the box. So, actually, this isn't as neat. This is gonna be, I need to move everything over and assign the half height. So, both sizes are gonna have to be divided by 2. Goodness. This has to move like really far over now. Alright, so we're gonna have to divide it by 2. So, if it's 1, we go ahead and subtract 1, and then we take that solution, and then we're going to divide that by 2. And then, alright, so that number divided by 2, can I not? I don't think I can. I cannot. For some weird reason, I had, okay, no, cannot do that. So both numbers are going to be divided by 2 regardless. So whether it's just the first one you use or the one where you subtract 1, those are both going to be set to Y size. So since this is here, that'll set that Y size, and since this is here, that'll set that Y size and clear that out. Nope, I actually did that backwards. Because one, if it's greater than, this needs to be the one where we subtract 1 from it. That's why they were crisscross. I thought I was making them neat, but there's a reason they're crisscross like that. Okay, so divided by 2, send it straight on. That needs to go to the true, okay. And then the false one is the one that's more straight on. I hate selecting reroute nodes. Alright. There we go. So now I can move these back into place, like so. Okay. Wait, why am I still, I'm stuck. Why am I still on that? Uh-oh. Compile. Thank you. It was stuck on the reroute node. Just after I said I hate selecting them. Alright, we have to do the same thing to the X value. So let's go ahead and move that back into place. Alright, so the same thing is going to apply to the X, so we have to also divide that full number or by 2 before we set it. So this number has to be divided by 2. And then let's copy, don't know why I pasted it so high, but that also needs to be divided by 2. Alright, let's plug these in. And let's plug them in like that. It's kind of no need for that reroute node, since this is the node itself. There we go. Alright. Hey, I warned before starting that it was gonna get complicated, so hopefully it's easier to follow along with than it looks. Because so far, just to recap, we've only done basic multiplication, basic division. It's just understanding why you need to do certain things when. I guess it's the tricky part, but we have this to do. Alright, so that goes to there. So now that those are set, we can keep moving. Now that those two are set, we can go ahead and keep moving forward. Alright, so... Alright, the next thing we need to do... Alright, so now that I got the half height of what the squares are gonna be, I think we can spawn them in. Let me make sure I save everything. Okay. This is a shelf. Yeah, we're gonna get ready to spawn them in. We're gonna use the for loops to spawn them in. Rows. That's interesting, because I don't use columns and rows here. I probably should have done columns and rows now that I think about it, because I do the same thing for the shelf. And the shelf knows how many rows to do. Actually, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna print these out to see what my expected number is. And then we'll go from there. Technically, event begin play. I don't have a reference object. I do. I'm gonna set reference. Well, reference object is rice because they have to have a default value, and that's the first value in the thing. So it'll automatically have a reference object. So let's go ahead and print this just to make sure I'm getting proper numbers. So it told me that the size of the object was about 15, and the box's height, the height for the actual, or the extent for the box is 24, 16. I should just do this. This should be 25. This should probably be 15. And then we'll just leave that at 20. We're gonna leave it at full numbers really quick because that's probably the size the box is gonna be anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and compile and save those. So based on that, it told me that this object's approximate was 15, 15, 16. Did I type that in the data table? 15, 15, 16. 15, 15, 16. Alright. So 15 divided by... So here's what I'm expecting to see. If the box is 25, half height, its full height is 50. This is 30. So I'm expecting to see 2 by 1. I'm expecting to see a 2 by 1. No. Or is it a 4 by 2? Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 50 here. 30 here, so this is a 2, since the approximate size of the actual item is 15 on Y, and then 15 on X. So yeah, and then there's going to be a little bit of a remainder, and the remainder doesn't matter. So what I'm expecting to see print is, I don't have it hooked up, it didn't print anything. Let me go into my shelf and disconnect. I have a print statement somewhere. Alright, yeah, let's disconnect. Let's bypass. I had some print statements to test things in the shelf yesterday. Let's bypass those. It's still not printing anything. It might not be connected. Event begin play. Delay. Find the shelf. Set the shelf. Reference object, get data table row. Row not found. Let me double check. It should all be linked up. Row not found. Row not found. Okay. Okay. I figured that was the first stopping point there. Reference object. RICE. Data table says. Data table says I know how to spell rice. No, that's a drop down menu. but the name of it, the name of the first row, weird. RIC, no capitals. Let's see why it's not finding rice as its first row, because that's where the script is breaking. It doesn't even get to any of the math yet. Hey, the running bird, welcome in, welcome in. Happy to see you back. How's it going? Running birds, let's see. Chickens, ostriches. Pretty sure they're the only ones that cannot fly, but are still considered birds. So they must run. Anyway, how have you been? What's going on? Okay, we have the right data table. We have the correct row name. Let me do another print statement. Actually, just print this for me. Compile. What does it think it is? Rice. It knows it's rice. So how is it not finding rice? Okay. So I got data table row. Get data table row rice. Row not found. Goodness. Why? There is a get data table row name, but I don't need that because the name is rice. The reference object is rice. The data table says row name. This is the row name. I'm not losing my mind. Row name is indeed. I didn't spell it wrong. I'm staring at this really hard. RICE. Also think it's weird that I can't change that. Item size. Wait, where? Oh, I reset it. Okay. Row name, data table details. Something's wrong. I mean, its unique row number is this, but this row name is definitely RICE. I'm gonna press enter just to make sure that I didn't like press a space at the end of it or something, because that could happen, you know? And then I'm gonna go into the struct and make sure I didn't put a space after the end of this either. Press enter, okay. And then I'm gonna save everything. And if it still doesn't work, display name here, RICE, so I have to change the enum as well, just to make sure that matched everything. So it matches, it says it prints rice, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna print again row not found. That would be weird. I use data tables all the time. I don't know why the row not found, and it's clearly there. Get data table row. Row name, the name of the row to retrieve data from. Default, it's rice by default. I could see if I had it set to candle, row not found. Whatever could be the problem? All the words match up. I didn't spell it incorrectly. Alright, I'm going to change your display name to capital RICE. Press enter, not space. Save the enum. And then in the struct, oh, we don't change it in the struct. The one has nothing to do with the other. Struct is everything after row name. And then RICE. Rice is already used as a row name in this table. Yeah, the row I'm trying to change. But wait, How are you gonna tell me it's already used as a row name and you're telling me rice row name isn't found? Oh my gosh. But you tell me it's not found, so you clearly don't know that it's being used. I need to, let me look again. Alright, let me disconnect this and just put rice as the row name, because that could be where the conflict is coming from. It's not translating, even though I clearly put it in and it typed out rice, it's not finding rice. I have no spelling, there's no spelling errors. 0. Alright, so now it's printing 0. That's not good. And it only printed one number. Yeah, I only have it printing 1. So now the math is being rude to me. I might have to, because it's the same word. I don't, yeah, I can only pick these 2 numbers. Let me go back into the enum and make it lowercase, because I'm not gonna try to capitalize every word that I do. Alright, didn't mean to do that. I don't know what's going on here. Oops. I've never seen this before, where it's the exact word, but it's telling me it cannot find it. Display name is rice and candle. Enum has what stuff? Oh, I'm stupid. I know what the problem is. Get data table row name. No, I'm not. That's the same. I was gonna say get data table. That's get column name. So I'm not. I thought I was accidentally using get column name, but I'm not. I'm using the correct get data table row name, and this is row name. But for some reason, it won't return the row name. Let me go ahead and add candle to the thing, and then in candle, I'm gonna change it to candle. I don't really care what the size of it is, but just so I can have 2 things in there. And maybe, I thought, yeah, maybe I'm using the wrong form of it, but I'm not. So now it can change to be either rice or candle. I would rather it was rice. My reference object is rice by default. Default value rice. Rice and candle, the same 2 objects. So what if I ask it to find candle? It's probably gonna print not found again. Not found. Oh, I'm lost. I've used data tables before and I've never run into this error. I might have to check my old file that has a data table in it and see why. It's the same word, same name, row name. It's definitely doing something with the value of, it's doing something with the data before it sends it over. That's the only thing I can think of as to why. I'll print it. Yeah, enum to string. What if I do this? Oh wow, it even, okay, whoa. Alright, so I converted the enum to a string first. And then it converted the string to a name second, instead of just going from enum to name. Maybe this is the problem? I've never had this problem before, but I have to be doing something incorrect. And I just don't see it yet. 0. I mean, that worked actually, so it's not me. It's them. It's not me, it's them. Alright, it printed 0. Go back to rice. Yeah, it's working when it converts to a string and then the string to a name, but it does not work when you go from enum value directly to name. You know what? Curious. What does it think this is then? What does it think that is? I'm gonna leave it as row not found, but what does it think it's seeing? Stuff's new enumerator. What? It thinks it's seeing Stuff's new enumerator, and that's why it's not matching? Huh? Huh? That's not anywhere here. Oh my goodness. What? Wait a second. What? New enumerator 0 is what it thinks it sees when it converts it to... Well, oh, my numerator's filled out. It's filled out. Enumerator 0 is filled out with a name of rice. But it doesn't see that. However, it only sees it if I do this roundabout conversion. Convert it to a string first, then convert it to a name, then plug the name in, and only then will it read correctly. Otherwise, if you try to go straight from the enum to a name, it won't read it correctly. I didn't have that problem last time I used an enum, but I think the last time I used it, I was in like Unreal Engine 5.2 or something. I'm in 5.3 now, and this wasn't the case. I'm not gonna say it's a bug just yet. Could be by design, you know. I just can't understand why. Or it could be that I just need to reset the thing, because it should not even read anything as new enumerator 0, because I filled that out in the enum. It's filled out, so it shouldn't be reading that value as 0. Like, so that could be the problem. I could probably just have to refresh the engine, and it could all fix. But I've never seen that problem before. But there's the fix. Now let's get to the actual problem, which is my math is returning 0, and it shouldn't be. So now that we've got that little weird strange thing, I don't know. So it will generate rice now. However, the math is returning 0 when I'm asking it to print. I've only asked it to print X, but X should not be 0. So let's slowly step it back every step of the way to see where the problem is. So before I do the division, that's the next major thing that happens to the code. So before I do that, I'm going to try to print. I'm just going to move the print statement over. Print. Alright, so before we even go into those branches to check whether or not the number is whatever or whatever, let's append some strings really quickly. Let's say X total is Y. Now this is going to be the total that the total boxes that are allowed to fit before I do no, this is the total length of the boxes before I give them their half height. This is Y's total. This is X's total. Alright, we're going to go ahead and print that statement, and that's all that's going to be. 0, 0. Why are they both 0? I think we're not getting any data. That's the problem. Oh. Didn't this reset when I click? It did. It did. Alright, it was 15, 16, so it could have been working. No, it was 15, 15. 15, 15. What size? 15, 15, 16. I knew there was a 16 in there somewhere. Alright, that's probably why it was returning 0, the data table. Oh, no. Wrong one anyway. I put them both the same. 15, 15, 16. I typed those numbers, but then when I was touching it, I guess it got reset. Alright, so now this is probably pointless and I can go back to printing my end number, but let's see it work from here. Nope, 0 and 1. No. The first number should not be 0. 15 divided by 50? 50 divided by 15 is not 0. Also 15... Let me see. Box. We multiplied the box extent by 2, and then we divided it by x. Boxes. The box extent for box 1 is 25. So that's 50. It would be 50 divided by 15. It should not run as 0. 50 divided by 15. Alright, give me the raw number before we round it. Alright, I'll take both raw numbers before we round them. And print those out instead. Before rounding, we get 0.3, 0.5. Huh? Hey, Prop, how's it going? How was your weekend, dude? You seem pretty busy. Let's see. 0.3, 0.5. Did I see that correctly? And that's why it rounded it to 0? Something's wrong. Alright, it did not do this one I built for the shelf. This is weird. Alright, let's go back and print the box extent. I'm gonna have to delete all of these little tiny nodes. But that's fine. Box extent should definitely be what I saw. 25, 15. Those are correct numbers. Alright. Multiplied by 2 should also end up showing correct numbers. So I should have 50, 30. Yeah, 50, 30. What is the problem then? Alright. Alright, those numbers are correct. That math is correct. I don't have to touch those ever again. Oh, there's a lot of these little buttons. Alright. So, 50, 30 is correct. I think I think I see the problem. This goes here. I think that matters. Let's go ahead and print that total, and then this. Compile. Oh, print that total. That should give me true numbers. Ooh. What is that? It's so pretty. It looks like deoxyribonucleic acid. Now I can't stop staring at it spin. I was staring at it, the DNA spin that I missed to print out. 3.332. Alright, so my problem was I had the division in the wrong slot. I was dividing the wrong number by the wrong number. And in my quest to make all of the nodes look neat, I kind of skipped that part. But, well, I kind of overlooked it while I was trying to make, when I was moving everything over and making it neat, I plugged in the upper to the bottom and the bottom to the upper, and it flipped my numbers. That's on me. Something I didn't catch. It's so convoluted that it was really hard to, but I'm glad I caught that. Just went back and print tested out the numbers. This should work now. My initial 1. Yep, that's correct. That's not correct. That's not correct. The answer should be 2. Wait, what? The answer is definitely 2, not 1. Let's see. If the rounded value, I need to see what the rounded value is. The answer is 2. It's like it should be a 4 by 2. I don't know why we're getting 1. Alright, let me get my return values. Print it out. Alright, I am returning 3 and 2. Yeah. So how do I get, wait a second. Wait, if I'm returning 3 and 2, X total is 3, Y total is 2. That's the answer. The only way I would get 1 is if it was doing a subtraction. Wait, is that? Is this in front of it? Is this attached? This is not attached. This is only attached. Oh, okay. That shouldn't be attached to that. No. That should be attached. Why is my greater than? Huh. If this value is greater than, which is not, it's equal to, but it's not greater than. My number is 2. 2 times 15 is 30. And we saw by my previous print that this prints out 30. So 30 is not greater than 30. Subtract 1. Oh, well, actually, I'm not even printing out Y. The problem right now is X. So it's the top row. If return X, wait, isn't X 50? Wait a second, I need to print one more time. I need to one more time print my rounded numbers, because I realize that I'm working on X and not Y, because I'm not printing out Y yet. X is the one that's generating incorrectly, and I'm not entirely sure why. Alright, so if I print out X, I should get 30. 30 is the number that I'm looking for. X total, it said 3. Well, wait, what? Is the total? Alright, so 3 by 2. So that's telling me I can fit 3 boxes by 2 boxes. Those are the numbers that I needed. So why? Let me see. I could have. Oh, why is that? It just played that song. anyhow. Alright, so initially, let's look at this. My box extent was 25. Doubling it makes it 50, and the size of the object is 15. So it would be 50 divided by 15 gives you 3. Rounding it gives you 3. So I can have 3 boxes of that size going across, 2 boxes stacked. So the problem is, it's taking away, it's taking away 2 and halving it down into 1 when it doesn't need to. Okay, I think I mixed stuff up. Alright, I think I mixed it up based on a previous system that I had designed. I confused my 2 systems. Now that I switched over to this system, this is telling me how many boxes I'm allowed to have. Not necessarily the length of the boxes. I got rid of the system that went by box length. So when I round my numbers, that's telling me I can only have 3 boxes going across. And then if 3 times, yeah, my statement here should be if 3 is greater than, it should be a multiplication. If this number multiplied by pardon. If the number that I get from rounding multiplied by what? The size of the box. So so I don't have the multiplication in here. So all of this needs to move over. I remember switching the systems and then I just went on to use the same math, thinking that I was using the old system, but I've confused myself. I'm gonna fix this though. Just keep following along. So basically, it should say if we're gonna try to do the multiplication back upwards. So I don't know what's wrong with my fucking voice. We're basically doing the multiplication back up. So it would be this multiplied by the size of the box. So this is the y value. If this multiplied by y that is greater than the actual box extent, so that's where the box extent comes from, the full box extent, not the half height. We have to use the full height because it's based on how many can fit inside the full box. So if it's greater, that's when we take 1 away from the number, not before. So the way I had it, I missed the multiplication and I just did if it's greater than it, which was always incorrect. Sorry about that. So for this one, I can go ahead and bring my branch back. I can go ahead and delete these 2 so that disconnects those. I shouldn't need to print them anymore. I fixed everything. Alright, so basically this will go up to here. It's saying if the rounded number, which is for here, it should be like 2. If 2 times whatever the box width is, the extent of the box, so the extent of the box is right now 15. If 2 times 15 is greater than 30, which we know it isn't, take 1 away from 2 so that we can have 1 less box, therefore guaranteeing that it fits into the space. We don't need to do that here because obviously 2 times 15 isn't 30, but sometimes when we do division, we'll get like a 3.6. And if we round that, or if we round that 3.6, it's going to round up to 4. Well, 4 times 15 is definitely more than 30. So in that case, we would have to knock it back down to 3, which 3 it'll fit. No, we'll knock it back down. I messed up. I did 2 numbers above instead of doing 1 number above. Back to the scenario. 3, I meant to say 2.6. Yeah, because right now it's 2, right? It's 3 and 2. So 2.6 would up to 3. And then 3 times 15 is more than 30. So it would take away 1 and knock it back down to 2. And 2 times 15 is within that box range of 30. So that's what we were aiming to do. And I missed this multiplication thing. I missed 1 multiplication when I was doing it, because I hadn't added it. That's, if you remember, I messed up on the shelf as well because I had accidentally deleted the multiplication from right here. And when I was copying it over, that's why I didn't have the multiplication in it. So there we go, my mistake. But we can keep following along from here. And then I'll do a recap for anybody that's confused about the way I did that. Let's just do my multiplication for this rounded value. So if this times x, if this times the size of x is greater than the full box height, x is box height, which is u, branch. Alright, that's when we do everything that we need to do. Okay. So this greater than or less than is done for, which clears up a lot of space. And then let's start working with y first, and then I'll plug in for x. Alright, so we rounded the number, and now we need to know, keep this a bit neat. Alright, so if that rounded number is greater than that, so if that is true, we need to take 1, we need to do the take 1 away. Okay, and then we need to get, no, we just need to take 1 away from the entire box, because we're not halving it, because this isn't the box height. I halved it thinking that we were doing the box height. That's a little later. Right now we're seeing how many boxes can fit in the row. So I would need 2 additional variables. The height is something different. The height I can do here. I'll fix that. But yeah, this would just be take 1 away from it and then set the, it's not Y size, so delete that and promote to variable. Y size is the Y size of the actual object. This would be something like, this would be grid X and grid Y. Yeah. I don't need a new variable for that. Delete the new variable. Delete the new variable. Yeah. Grid X. This would be grid X and grid Y. Like the size the actual grid is allowed to be. So grid X, set. So if it's true, set grid X to the number -1. Why is it? Oh, grid Y, because we're on grid Y right now. And then if it's false, you just set it to its number in general. I'm going to move that up like that. So I got that a little bit backwards because I was using my old system. So I'm going to go through it. I'm going to set these 2 up, and then I'm going to go through it again with everyone, and then we're going to set up what the actual sizes should be, because I don't have those stored anywhere yet. Okay. And then round here. So this one should basically be the same thing. If that multiplied by that is greater let's see. I can scoot these up just a bit, just so they come. What is this? This can go here, make that a bit neater. Okay. Okay. Alright, so if that multiplied by the, wait, if this, oh, that's the wrong one. I needed it to come from the size. If this multiplied by the size of, come on, move it up. Okay. Okay, so if that multiplied by the size is greater than the full height of the full width of the box, then I need to take 1 away from the rounded number. Otherwise, just plug it right on in. Okay. So if it's true, grid X is set to -1. Otherwise, if it's false, grid X is just set to the number. Okay. Where's my grid X -1? Alright, yeah, there we go. Grid X -1. Otherwise, just set it to the original number. Okay. Alright, so to recap, we go in, we get the box extent, which is the half height of the object, so we have to multiply it by 2. We multiply it by 2 and then divide it by the size of the actual item that's going into the box, because based on the size of the item, that's how we're gonna know how many are allowed to fit in the box. So it's completely dynamic. You can throw any item in the box based on the size of that item. It'll say, okay, you can only fit 3 this way, 4 this way. So that will be that. So we go ahead and divide it by the item of the box and round it up to get that whole number, because you're not fitting half of anything in the box. So we get a whole number there, and then we need to check to make sure that that whole number isn't too many, and if it is, we're going to decrease it by 1 item in the box. So if we multiply it back by the full extent of the box, if it ends up being greater than the box, we just knock 1 off. And then we store that in our grid X and grid Y, which is the grid that the space is allowed to be. So I guess I could call it row X, row Y or something. But now, where I had accidentally messed up the first time, is I had done another system that used sizes instead of count, like box count. So I was kind of blending those two systems because I was up to like probably 1 a.m. just messing with 2 different systems. So I do apologize for mixing those up, but now that we've got it all sorted, I can go and do the size system, which is now separate from the amount system. Actually, I might not even need a size system anymore. Do I? Because originally I didn't pull the sizes from a data table, so I needed to calculate the sizes of each item based on how they fit on the shelf, which in a roundabout way was a bit tedious. It's going to get tedious if you have more items. So this is definitely the better way to do it because it's more dynamic. and it stretches and moves with every item type that you place into a box or onto a shelf. So this is definitely the way to go. But the way I had it was I was figuring out the sizes. So now I don't actually need to figure out a size. I still do, don't I? I actually might have to do some division somewhere. Size of the item is 15 by 15, but that is not the half height. So in order to get the size of the item, I may need the half height, but we're gonna move on without that first, and then if it turns out that I do need it, we can come back and plug in the half height. But we're not dealing with item box extent anymore. So because we use the item size to calculate the space that it's allowed to take up, I don't think we need X size or Y size anymore. Those are already plugged into the data table and used to figure it out. So that's my old system. We're gonna say goodbye to the old system and continue with this one. So we're gonna run this check, and then whether it's true or false for X or Y, we're gonna both run the second check. And then this is gonna allow me to take these items and move them over so that they're in step with that, making it all neat and stuff. This isn't as neat as I'd like it. I'm gonna reroute that to the top, make it a bit neater. Pull that one over. That's fine. Okay, I suppose this could get routed to the top as well. Alright, so now that we know how much space is allowed to go across based on this one item now, if I switch it to candle, it would be a whole lot different. But not, well, no, because I actually typed the same numbers in. But if it was a different size candle, it would be a whole lot different. So let's press play to make sure everything works, spawns, whatever. Now we get to do the fun part, which is spawning in the grid. So we're gonna need 2 for loops, and we're gonna need to know how many rows one way we're going, how many rows the other way we're going. Actually, before we do that, I have to move a lot of this away from my old system. And some of that stuff down there does different things, but it's gonna run into it. So let's keep this neat and keep this up here. Okay. Alright, so the next thing we're gonna need is a couple for loops. Not for each loop, just 4 loops. We're gonna need 2 of them. And then we're gonna need to know the index. So now that we know how many we're allowed to go across and down, we're gonna have to generate based on across and down. But I can't just plug this number directly into here because this is an exact number of spaces. However, loops run on indices, and the index always starts at 0. But spaces are whole numbers, they can't start at 0. So what I would need to do is I would need to take that and -1. Subtract 1 from grid X. True, false. They're both gonna go. Alright. Let me just do, so both of these, no matter what the number ends up being, goes there. And then I'm gonna have to call grid X again. I can't just use the grid X off of here because they're 2 different paths, and depending on which path the math happens to take, I could be on either one. So because if we take this path and I try to use this grid X, then it's just, yeah. Grid X -1 is the last index, so that's just gonna knock it back down 1, but it'll still be the same number. And then I need to do the same thing for the, let's put this neatly, the Y grid, which we're gonna need some reroute nodes for because it's all the way back there. And it's gonna, I need to use this index later, so that's gonna, wait. Oh wait, I don't need that. Because both of those checks already go in there. Yep. So grid Y, didn't mean to set it. Alright, we also need to subtract 1 from grid Y. So -1 there. Plug that into the last index. Alright, so now that we've plugged those in, we're gonna have to do some more multiplication to lay them down. But basically what the double for loop does is it allows you to place things in the grid, rows and columns. If I did a triple for loop, it would allow me to place it like height wise, it allowed me to stack them on top of each other. But basically for every one of these, it's gonna print all of these. So for every X, it's gonna print all of the Y, then it's gonna move down to the next X and then print all of the Y in that row, then move down to the third row, print all of the Y in that row. That's basically how this double loop works here. Okay, let's compile and save so we don't miss anything. And basically, yeah, we're gonna do it the way that is. I have a clear statement here. Yeah, I should probably, nah, the clear statement will go if the box is empty, but since every box is landing, since every box is generated with stuff already in it, the clear statement is unnecessary in this case. Alright, so there's a lot of multiplication to do here, and basically this is where I print, this is where I went back and used the size for this system. So what I did for this is I took the size of the box, multiplied it by 2 because, you know, half height, and then I added padding divided by 2. Padding doesn't have a half height, but if you think about what padding is, it's space in between, and you want padding on both sides of your block, but it also is applied to every block in the square. So you want to make it a half height so that the block on the left and the block on the right just takes half of that padding, but it ends up adding up to being the padding itself. So that's why I divide padding by 2, because each block on each side of the padding needs to take up half of that padding space. So I take the size of the blocks, but now that we're not using sizes, how are we gonna do this differently? Or whoa, that ding from that music startled me so bad. How are we gonna do the sizing? Now, for every index, we don't really need to calculate size. We will need to calculate padding. I didn't add any padding to the box. That's a problem. That's something that's gonna have to be added later. But the only way to fix the padding issue would be to make the box bigger, because right now we're doing exact numbers. And we're making it like compact into the box. But padding isn't really necessary for the box. It's more necessary for a shelf, because you're displaying on the shelf. In the box, you just need the items to be in the box. So I'm not going to use padding in the box like I would do on the shelf. And I don't think size matters here either, because we've already determined how many can fit in. Right. So for every index, I would basically, no, I do need the size. I need the size because in this system, the size is used to calculate spawn distance here. Which is interesting. So I don't have... The size is used to calculate how far away. So size plus padding is how far away to spawn the next item. So definitely need to use size here. So X size and Y size are... This is a full size, isn't it? I think I need to half this item. Let me see. Do I cut size in half? Multiply? No, I duplicate it. But for here, I won't be duplicating. Actually, I don't know. It says approximate size is 15 by 15. I don't actually know if that's the full size or the half height of the item. So I might have to tweak those numbers when I put it in the box. So let's just spawn it in the box with the original height. And then see if I need to make any adjustments from there. Because that way I'll know what number it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this back. Bring this down so we know we're starting there. And I'm going to take X size. No. Actually... That's gonna come off of those. And then I'm gonna set Y size as well. Okay. Okay, X size, I'm gonna do them exact for now. Because I'm not entirely sure. What are those? Floats? Double precisions? Don't do that again. Alright, that's not going to bother anything because I haven't used the variables yet. Alright, so I'm going to make the sizes exact really quick. And then I'm going to leave this space open because I may either need to double them or cut them in half, but I'm not entirely sure yet because I'm pulling size from something I didn't used to pull from. So before I was using the bounding box size, but now I'm using, I think, the actual static meshes size. So we'll have to see because it is based on... Yeah, because this approximate size is 6 by 9 by 25. It's really tall. So that may be the exact height. It might not be half height. So I'm going to use the exact height first. And then see where to go from there. Alright, so I've set the X size and the Y size. So I'm going to come all the way over here. And now I can use my sizes. It would take padding, M-U-L-T-I. I'm not going to do any padding yet because we're stuffing it in the box. So I'm going to multiply it by the X size, and then this one gets multiplied by Y size. And this is just telling me where to place the item. It's not changing any sizes or any shapes or anything. It's just telling me how far away I should place the next item in the X and Y coordinate. And then the reason I didn't do height, because height's a little bit different. You don't use this, well, I guess you would use the size of the item, but when it comes to placing items are placed at the center origin point. So if you wanted to stack things on top of each other, you'd have to calculate that in the z-axis minus the half height to get it to shoot down, but the origin point to the object you're trying to place should also be at the base of the object and not in the center of the object. Otherwise, you're calculating the center of that object to its base. It's a little extra. It's just a little extra math, but doable. But I want to get this system down packed first, and then I'll add heights, adjustable stuff. It's just a different ball game, you know. All right, so this is telling me that for everyone, I want to multiply by that, and then I would add padding, but I didn't add a padded value. And again, this is for the box and not the shelf, so padding's not really required in a box. You just stuff it all in the box. The player will be able to see the top of the box and some of the items in it, and they'll be close together, but they won't be able to see, like, oh, this is actually padding wouldn't even make sense in the box, because if you stuff them tight next to each other, you'd expect some kind of like physics. Unless they're glued to the box, you'd expect them to be compact next to each other anyway, so long as they aren't like pushing through each other. So multiply that by the size, and then I would add it plus the start position, right? Yeah. So the start position was that one thing that we calculated down here, and it's basically, it took the negative position of that, because remember the grid. So if you're looking at 0, 0, the top right quadrant is positive numbers, and if we only did positive numbers, that's where everything was spawned. We want to use the entire box, so we have to get the negative position of everything to get the entire extent of the box. So those are going to be our start positions. So we want to add it to the start position. So our start, X start, we want to add them together. Alright, so that gets added there. And then the next thing we're going to do, oh, I have to add this, I suppose, to Y start as well. We're going to go ahead and add that there. Pardon. Compile, save, and then we have to make a vector here with this information. Make a vector, and that's going to be the vectors X, that's going to be the vectors Y, and Z. Like I said, things are going to post to the center, and you want it up a little bit. Pardon. This is going to float kind of until I get to do the math. I just want to make sure it's spawned in. And now what we have to do is spawn in the actual item, right? If I remember correctly, vector here. So I did a spawn thing. Spawning's different than spawning the shelf location. So with the shelf, I have to spawn the spaces for the objects to go to. But so that's why I was like making add a box collision as a component, and then you space out that box collision. However, if you're spawning objects, you have to do this way. Nope, that's still a box collision thing I was testing out. Also a box collision thing I was testing out. Is it this one? No. Where do we spawn the rice? Anyway, it's I don't see it here, but I know what it is, so let's go ahead and make a transform. You're basically spawning an object. What? Spawn actor from class. Spawning the actor is just the start of it. So you've got your first transform, and then this. Always spawn. You want to ignore collisions, otherwise it's going to conflict with the box itself that you're spawning the objects in. I don't think any of the objects are physical anyway, but ignore collisions just so there's no accidents. Alright, but that's not all you have to do, because it's going to spawn it there, and then you need to do something called attach. Actually, I think attach actor to actor? No. Attach, yes, actor to actor, not actor to component. I do actor to component to push it onto the shelf, but I have to do actor to actor here because I don't have any components for it to attach to. I suppose I could make components, but all we did was we made the spacing. we didn't actually make physical, we didn't spawn in physical box components at each location, because I don't think it's necessary for in the box. It's necessary for on the shelf because, well, actually it might actually be necessary for in the box too, because items can leave and come. Items can, we need to know when the box is full because items can leave and go in the box. I could always use like box full variables, and then if the thing is, yeah, so it's not necessary. I guess the spacing, if that's not necessary, the spacing components on the shelf aren't necessary either. However, it provided, no, cancel. I'm not finished typing, so I got an error. However, it provided a visual representation. What are we spawning? Rice. And I'm hard coding the spawn in right now, the class object. However, the class object would be something that went in the data table, so I would be it would be class object, I guess, or item, but it would be a master item type, and I haven't created a master item type just yet, so kind of pointless to do that right this second. So I'm just hard coding spawn and box in. A lot of the things I do at first when I'm working is I take the big systems in the game I'm trying to design, the large mechanics or anything like that. I make sure they work. And once they work, then I clean them up nicely, and then I'll do all of the things. But right now, I'm hard coding this in because I'm not even certain it's going to work. I'm not certain the mechanic is going to be kept. Or the mechanic may work a totally different way, yet I've already created a system to plug it in. It's more like I'd like to get it done first, make sure it works, then plug it into my whole system. That way I can be sure that I'm plugging in piece by piece, and that the new piece that I'm plugging in doesn't affect the rest of the game. And also, if you make it all at once, you don't know if a conflict arises. So being able to plug it in mechanic by mechanic, piece by piece, I get to see like, okay, the project's working fine now. Okay, the project stopped working the second I did the shelf mechanic. There must be something wrong with the shelf mechanic. So that saves me a lot. It may seem tedious and like duplicative now because I have to go plug it in later, but it saves me so much time knowing that like I will always be working on a project that's working, and if something doesn't working, I'll be able to easily and quickly pinpoint it, saving me hours and hours of debug time and challenge time when things are like communicated incorrectly. So that's how I prefer to work. All right, this was having problems because the class wasn't attached to it. What? No longer. I have to read. I added something to the thing. Return. I never made nodes like this. Refresh. What? No. Why was all plugged in? What happened? It was a vector. What happened? I didn't do anything. It broke all. I'm gonna have to reconnect everything. I was making an example here. Can I just go here and undo whatever was broken? Like, why? Ugh. Let me I don't know what's wrong. I'm gonna put a new node. Get data table row. Get data table row. I'm gonna replug this stuff in and put the connections where the connections are supposed to be, so this doesn't break everything. And I don't have to strain my eyes trying to figure out, oh, this goes here, oh, that goes there. Because that was some bull crap. I don't even know why it broke, but you know, I've been having data table row data issues today, so mainly this one, which is still strange to me, but okay. Oh, I can't even unplug that. Thank goodness I didn't. Alright, so I've got my row. Split my pen. Item size, out row class object. No! I deleted that. I deleted this. Didn't I delete that and save? I did. What is going... Is it still there? What is going on? Alright, row size, split pen. Okay, it's some... Even though I added something new to it, it says this doesn't exist anymore. Even though it did exist, I just added something new. I didn't take anything away. Rude. Anyhow. Okay, size X. Size Y. And then X went into this one. Okay. Did Y just went into the other two? So Y is here. Y is here. Why did that break? I don't even know. That's the second data table issue I had today, and I can't explain why it happened. Okay. And now that I disconnected it, they work again. That's so stupid. Alright, can I compile without error? Okay, anyhow, we're spawning the actor, which is the rice here. And then for some reason it spawns at like world location, whatnot. And then, because it doesn't spawn relative, I was having weird ways that it didn't spawn relative to the item that was spawning it. Anyhow, I think I took another transform and mashed it with the relative vector here. I'll see if that works. But when you attach an actor to another actor, target is self, no, parent actor is self. So this is the parent, and then the return value of what we're spawning is the target. So every time we get one, we're gonna spawn it. Hopefully we spawn it, pushed it over to its new location, and it's going to attach itself to here, supposedly. Alright, play. Alright, they're in there. Obviously we knew it wouldn't be neat because the box is a little crooked, but there are our 6. What? This box has a very big bounding volume that I cannot cross over, and I don't know why. Yeah, I'd have to look at the player's bounding volume, but they're in there. They didn't spawn, pardon me, where I hoped they would. For some reason, they're spawning in the middle. It looks like directly through the middle of the back quadrant. So I do need to push the spawns. Oh, the spawn start position is off. But yay, they did spawn into the box. They are attached to the box. And next we're gonna do our pickup system. Once we do the pickup system, you'll be able to see. But why aren't they in the box? I have to figure out that first. I did it up 10 a little bit. So what I need to do, here's how we figure it out. We have to figure out where it's spawning. So the first step to figuring that out is to not hide the box so we can see where the box extent is. And then from there, I'll see where the box extent is located and where exactly my pieces are spawning. And I'll see what the problem is from there. Alright, so this is technically the edge of the box right here. They are spawning. Why can't I get... I have a very fat belly. Let me check my player. Because the box is bounding. Look at the box. The bounding's like in the box. I should be able to walk through the box. Or I should be able to walk right up to it. Let me check my player. My player has a big gut. That's what it is. Oh yeah, he's huge. That is a fat little, yeah, my player's fat. This thing usually isn't this fat. 55 radius? What's my radius usually when let me check another game I was working on. I don't care about missing anything. My character, yeah, look how skinny that is. This is usually 34. 34 is the default capsule radius, I think. I was like, why can't I get over here? I'm so chunky. Yeah, sure, 35. It shouldn't have any negative effects. I'll just be able to get closer to the box. There we go. Cannot really. It has to do with how far my camera. I'm a little closer, but yeah, I'm a little closer, but not that much. Alright, but anyway, I can see the outlines of the box are here. And I can see that the first spawn location starts here. The problem is, here's the problem. When you spawn an object, it goes to the center location. It doesn't go to the edge. So what I did was I got the entire box extent and I got the starting location. However, that starting location needs to compensate for the size of the box. The size of the box is half height in both X and Y. Eek, eek. So, here's what we're gonna do. Good thing I kept it neat. I kept it neat and I kept it down here. Okay? We are going to need to add to this number the starting position. Oh, I can add it right here. Well, we set X and Y here. Yeah, I can use this X and that Y. So basically, I need X to be divided by 2. It's simple. I think it's this simple. It could be a lot more complicated. I need to divide by 2 and then I need to add it. Add that division to here to get the start point of the first object. And then that's going to be my starting location for X. And then I'm going to do the same thing for Y. And hopefully that pushes the box in. That pushes the first object in based on... Because it looks like it's halfway out, halfway in. Because obviously it spawns on the center. So if I get the half height of the object, push it inwards by its half height, then it should fit inside the bounding box. That's my theory. Let's see if the math is correct. Divide. I'm not dividing. Okay. And then I need to add, I suppose I should divide it by 2. And then go ahead and add that to the Y location. And there. That should do it. Compile. Let's see where it spawns now. In the box, technically, but not technically. It did push it into the box like I thought, but for some reason it's still calculating a sliver of it outside of the box, and I don't know what that's about. Because it should fit, the half height of this should fit pushed over. So it fit, but it didn't. So now I have to figure out why, and it's not because we're missing padding. Why does it need to go in so much more than the half height? Why does it need to push in more? Is the object not the size that it claims to be? I'm pretty sure it is 15. That is the math. The math is correct to get it into the position. And I didn't round up the half height or anything. Approximately 15 by 15. I'm gonna have to open it. Will it show me here what the size is? How is this thing 400 triangles for a glass jar? Huh. Could make it with less, with fewer triangles than that. 200 verts. Approximate size 15 by 15 by 16. What if it wasn't 15 by 15 by 16? I don't know. If it wasn't, then it'll only fit in a straight line based on if I made it any bigger. For some reason it's not pushed into the box. My only other idea would be to shift the box inside into a bit bigger into the box. Not like what I was trying to say is, well, no, because that is, no, it's out of the box there, but there's no reason I'm gonna have to do this. Can't really see inside the cardboard, and the cardboard isn't straight. I need to see, because there's absolutely no reason it shouldn't be spawning. Why isn't it spawning inside my box? Did I pick the wrong parent? I parented to the freaking object, didn't I? Instead of parenting it to the bounding box. Whoops. Attach to attach. Parent actor. Reference to self. No. No. Yes, it is. No. Attach actor to component then. Alright, wrong one. Let's switch it up. Attach actor to component. Box 1 is my component. It's the new parent. Target item. We're not doing sockets. Oh. Well, would you look at that? Now it actually fits inside the box. Bounds. It fits, exactly. Let's go. I raised it too high, obviously. But, I raised it high so I could see it if it was too short into the box. So that's probably like 2, so it's not on the ground. So if I do this, it didn't change. Why didn't it change? Because it's not plugged in. And I have it at 0, 0. It needs to be negative. It's not plugged in, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, but it doesn't need to be plugged in. I have it here. It's here. Did I compile and save? Compile, save. Keep relative position. It's not moving. 50? I know, I put a drastic number just to save all. Yeah, okay, 50 moved. Okay. Negative something or the other. And all of the numbers that I'm hard coding in right now, they'll be inside the data table. We just need to make sure the system works. So let's go ahead and take the probably negative 20. I don't know how it fits in the box. We can take the box, put it back inside the other box. Now, what I want to do is I want to kind of not... I did the box extent to exact numbers, but the math is all going to work out that if I change the size of the box extent, it's going to give the items a little bit of breathing room. Though I don't think they really need it in the box. So save all. Go ahead and press play. There they are. Kind of low, but they're in there. Actually, they're high enough to stack twice. Alright, guys. Oh, I pulled the box out. But if the box was not crooked, this would fit directly into the box extend. I am so proud of this. Look at that. I want to climb on top of the box, but I cannot. Okay. Now we have two directions that we can go into. We could work on getting it onto the shelf. And then plug that into a grab system where we pick up and walk around with it, and then put it onto the shelf. Or we can do the grab system first and allow me to pick up and walk around with this. I'm probably gonna do the grab system first. It's a lot easier, I would say, but yeah, let's do the grab system. Before we do that, we're gonna take just a very quick 2-minute break. I'll see you in 2 minutes. Be right back. double checking. I got an offline screen as I walked back into the room. I didn't even get to settle in before I had to start coming back. I'm like, what? I'm not offline. Why are you lying? Alright, let's get back to it though. Alright, we done so well. Alright, so while I was getting something to drink, I had a thought that we have to do the pick up and grab system first. Mainly because in order to put stuff on the shelf, there's a trajectory to animate it that needs to be calculated. And we have to calculate that trajectory while the object is in our hands. And then I also wanted to start with the grabbing system because technically there's already a pickup system in the game. Well, built into one of the tools that we use. So right now, as you have it, I can press tab and go into the thing, and I can place down a chair, a piece of furniture anywhere I want it. I can even set it on top of our, no I cannot. I want to set it on the box, but that was unstable, it would fall over. I can even set it sitting other way in front of our little box of stuff. It's too close. I can even set it there. However, I'm also able to pick it up and move it again. Now when I pick it up, it moves it. Oh, that's because it hit the shelf. I was going to calculate trajectories at first with this item, and then I realized I need to have it in my hands. So we're not, that was just a test trajectory count. However, there's already a pickup system here, so why not build off of this pickup system to put items in my hand? And that's what we're going to have to do with the box that we just filled with product. But first, just so you can see the value in everything that we did. Just so you can see the value, I'm going to take 2 pieces of static mesh and put them next to each other. I wanted to see, they have about the same circumference, so we're not going to use that. Okay, I want you to see the benefit and the dynamic system that we did. You have to see it, especially if you're working along with me and we come to some math and you're like, well, why do we have to do it this way, or why do we have to do it that way? I need you to see how beneficial this is. We're gonna start and if this ever fails, all right, I'm gonna do a demo, but if this fails, I probably can have a career in infomercials. Anyway, let me tone it down a bit, because I thought to myself, what am I trying to sell here? Anyway, the first thing we want to do is go ahead and add a new item to our enum, and that's going to be dish soap. Okay, we're going to save that enum right there. We're not going to change the struct, there's no need to do that, but we can go now into the data table, add a new data table row, call that row it's supposed to be dish soap. Dish soap. Okay. Drop down menu, dish soap, and now I'm gonna go in and get the approximate size, which is 6 by 9 by 25. The 25 doesn't matter because we're not stacking it, but obviously at that point I would say whether or not something was stackable. Obviously, even though dish soap is smaller, it's not stackable just because the way it's shaped. So I would go ahead and save that data table, and everything that we did is completely dynamic. So all I have to do is go into the blueprint, change the reference object's default item because we don't have it for spawning in, change it to dish soap, compile. Don't compile. It didn't like that at all. Why didn't you like dish soap? No, it's messing with the same node again, where it's disconnecting my X and Y. Alright, so tired of that happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take X size, Y size. I'm going to plug this in. Y was here and here. I actually remember where they both went now at this point. X was there. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the node. I never changed anything that had to do with the nodes. Split it again. Put Y into Y, X into X. So I never have to worry about these disconnecting ever again. I'm just going to use the values there. Whatever. Because there's something wrong with like the data tables where that keeps doing that. So, but anyway, we went ahead and we changed the reference objects default items to dish soap. We're going to go ahead and press play. Now, however many dish soaps that can fit. That's not dish soap. Oh, I never made, silly me, I never made a dish soap item. I made rice. So what I would have to do is I would change the static mesh to dish soap. So the static mesh for dish soap is a completely different size, different mesh entirely. You guys will see that it now fits 3 by I don't know how many number. 3 by I can't see into the box. So all I did was change the mesh, and it took the size of the mesh and it immediately put it into the box. Guys, making this dynamic system, even though it was a little bit of a struggle and a little bit of a mess up, getting that math exactly right paid off. So now I can make an infinite number of products for the game, and that's the tedious work for this type of game done. Just because I chose to make a dynamic system. Done. It took the size of the item. Done. That's all I have to do is import the items now and make different blueprints, all from a master blueprint. Done. That's it. Oh, it's so awesome. Look at that. It went from being candles to now being dish soap. I can change the items infinitely and they'll all fit in the box however they're supposed to fit in the box. Lovely. And there's games like the game that we were just playing, they had like a different box for a different type. I like it and I don't like it. I don't like that there's so many different styles of boxes, but I do also understand that if I were to ship this same box and put toilet paper in it, you're only kind of getting 1 toilet paper per box. You're not going to be able to fit something like this in it. So that it's understandable why they have different shaped boxes. So we will have different shaped boxes, but we won't have as many because some of the boxes still could fit some of the same items in it. So, oh, but look at that. I am so proud of that. And it didn't even take that long. And it took, let's get these items in our hands and then from our hands to the shelves. I already have the shelf item system made. Like, the items already snap to the shelf. But calculating the trajectory when the box is in our hands is a different story. So let's get started with that. Alright, let's go ahead and delete these static mesh objects. That's absolutely amazing. We have it done. That was such a, if I'd have done it the other way, it would have been such a tedious part of the game, having to add new items. Now I don't have to do that. It really just depends on the size of the items, what box I think it would go in. And then from there, just wow. So the next thing we want to do is we want to pick up the items. But like I said, there's already sort of a pickup system in the game. I haven't laid eyes on it yet, so I have to go look at that now. It is a part of... it's already there. It's a part of this building system. So let's look at the blueprints. The chair is the one that we're using, but I don't think any of the data is stored in the chair. This is the projectile stuff I was doing, just to calculate the arc. That has nothing to do with what we're trying to do. Building info, construction. Yeah, they don't have any data stored in there. The data for picking up should be stored in the player. Should be, because that's where I'm going to store it, because I need to do some line traces. Actor component, no, it's a enum, HUD class interface. What else is here? Demo, third person. It's just a mesh, third person blueprint. This is what they used. Okay, this is what they used. Spawn and use immediately is what I was doing before when I pulled the item out of essentially out of the computer. But rest, rotate, hold position, interact, and rotate. Interact. So when I grab the item, interact and rotate. E, get, AC building system. I'm gonna have to go into their system and look at the component. I could also build another system that is separate from this, because all you're doing is picking the item up and placing it in the character's hand. But let's see how they... Where is it? I have that open. Where is component? Alright, let's have a look at this component for picking up stuff. Is it? Okay. See if I'm gonna start from the top. Interact crosshair. Update live trace position and rotate. This is it. Get actor eyes viewpoint. This is pretty much it. Get control, rotation, get transform, get world transform, sat. That's the update line trace position and rotation. Update trace position and rotation, and trace if master building is valid. Codes to change outline color. We can do that. Reset rotation, given rotation, end the interaction. That's when you set something down. Zoom in and out. Settings, startup values, interaction, move in, building, and other stuff. So I need to pick up the item. So this is a line trace. Refresh, update information, reset information, update actor's location and rotation, update actor transform. For update actor, so it doesn't attach it. It just uses update actor's location and rotation. Really? I'd understand doing this if I needed to set it down, but picking up yeah. Scan an area for snap. Old position. Update actor can return to old position and rotate. Update actor information. Reset information when actor reference is gone. So we'll just have to, this is more, I guess, let me press play one more time and see, because I'm thinking this is more, like, I want to attach and walk around with it, probably attached to the character, but I think this isn't, it's kind of attached to my mouse. It's attached to this. Yeah, it follows. But that's not what we're gonna be looking for when we make, pardon me, when we're picking up an object. Now, if we have to go set the box down, this is the action we're looking for, but not necessarily for picking up a box. All right. Temperatures to rise tomorrow. Got a weather alert. Okay. Alright, BP box. We're gonna start by creating a blueprint. Oh wait, these are all my blueprints. Let's do ourselves one of these, call it BPI collect, no, pick up. They might have a pick up or collect. I'm gonna call it carry. What? Now I don't know how to spell carry. What? I thought it was just 2 R's, but now it looks funny. It has to be 2 R's. I'm Googling it because I feel silly. All that math has just turned my brain into non-linguistical functioning brain. Yeah, it is 2 R's. I had it right. I had it right. Let's see. So I was thinking I could either attach it to the screen. There's several ways you can do it. You can attach it to the actual player so that it's independent of the screen, and but when the player looks up or down, they'd be able to look up, see inside the box, look down. Look down, see inside the box. And then when they look down far enough, they would be able to they would be able to look at the floor. I was thinking about that, but then I thought they would need to look down at the shelves. Like, say you have a row of shelves, but like they would need to look down at the bottom shelf. And the item would need to be beyond like your view, the scope of your view, so like lower box. But one of the problems I had when playing Shopping Simulator was it never told, like, I couldn't see inside the boxes, especially if you had something like milk cartons or orange juice, apple juice and stuff. You weren't able to know how many were left in the box, and I kind of don't want that. So maybe I'll have also some kind of system that tells you how much is in the box and how much, like, based on what you're carrying, how many things are in the box. I might have a system that does that. So there's a thought. So that's one implementation of it, or a couple implementations of it, I guess. Let me see. I think we'll do it that way. Alright. I think that's probably the better way for it. Pardon me. I think I have something. I'm going to take a quick, like, 30-second break. Don't go anywhere. I have something in my eyeball I need to get out before I start this next segment. Give me 2 seconds. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm just rubbing my eyes. So I don't want it to look like I'm not doing anything. Okay. Did I get it? I have to wet my eyeballs because I don't think I got it out. I don't. Alright, I think I got it, and if I didn't get it, I kind of irritated my eye enough. Alright, I'm gonna be doing this next one with like half eyeballs. I ain't gonna be able to see. Hold on. Oh, okay. I think I got it. Actually, I do think I got it then. It was like a piece of eyelash, but it was a bottom eyelash stuck inside the bottom of my eyelid, probably making people cringe at this moment. But I had to get it out. Alright, so where were we? We had our box. Did I turn the BRB screen off? Alright. Okay, I was in the middle of, what was I doing? Making an interface? Alright, I made an interface, just basically, alright, interact with me. I can't do any of the interact buttons just yet. Later, because both the systems I have interact buttons, so later what I would do is I'd put them all under one umbrella of interactable, and then I would just determine what type of interactable it is. I can show you an example of that. In Birthright, something else I was working on with someone else, but it didn't really work out, so I'm gonna continue working on it on my own. But Birthright pretty much had event graph, pretty much whether or not you could interact with everything, and then it'll say what interface does it is it a collectible or is it just something you interact with, and then it would just differentiate. So all of them would inherit. They would all have a rake. They will all be hit by my raycast, and depending on what type of item you hit, I would just say, if it's valid and it's this type, do this. If it's valid and it's that type, do that. So you could walk around and hit anything. This is just something I developed a long time ago. And then this extra is, I don't know if you've seen those games where if you're hovering over something you can interact with, the pretty much the target or the circle changes shape. That's literally this. That's literally this tiny piece of code. You don't really have to do anything but change the brush texture when you hover over a type of item. So yeah, set and then set brush from texture, which I think is really cool. Once I learned to do that, it was like, wait, it's so simple that it's just one node? Oh yeah. So I had that. I pretty much include that in all games. Like if you can touch something, it's going to be like a different symbol on your screen. That's all. Alright, so basically back to what we were doing. I made an interface for interacting. That's going to change later. And I need the box to inherit from that interface. Did I not do it? No. Carry. Yeah, carry. Alright, so now it's carryable when I walk over to it. So now we need a raycast on our player. Alright, before I move on, because this is the player right here, right? Is the one I'm using? Yeah, I think so. I have too much stuff open. I have to close some of this. Oh, pardon my hiccups. Oh no. I didn't mean that. We're not going to be doing much with the structs right this second. Do we need the data table anymore? I might have to add some information, but not right now. We don't need that open after we've created that. Carry. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is make a let's see, I'm gonna put, I guess I'd just do it, the boxes can be different sizes, but I kind of want to put a node on the player. That's why I had the player open. Oh, wait, we already have a node, don't we? I would just use the tool node then. I need to see what that looks like. That's this. See, this is what, yeah. So my tool node is like over there. Kind of want a box node. Are all the tools off to the side? I can't switch. It doesn't want me to switch. What the? I don't know what happened there. Let's try that again. You have to hold it? I don't like that. Wait, I can't even see what that is. Alright, so the tool node is there on the side. That's okay. Oh, see, that one's bigger. And it looks like you're doing this. I want the box one to be in the center. So the same way you can cycle through the tools. With the box one, I still need like whether or not your hands are empty or not. Alright, so on the player. Now, a lot of this will need to be cleaned up because, again, I'm using several different systems that are already built into some other stuff. So if I was making this on my own, oh, no, what am I trying to say? If I was making this professionally, like, which I am, I'm doing it to teach and doing it professionally, but I would just make a clean project file and only pull in the parts of the system that I want. Like I would make. Right now I'm using the player that came with one of the two systems. I would make my entirely own player, and I would put everything in it that I wanted to. So I would only take from those systems what I needed. Something like that, I guess. Like I wouldn't be using the full system as is. It would just have my programming modifications to whatever I wanted to use. And that's essentially what we're doing today, but not really. Because I'm still like in their project file and whatnot. So first person camera mesh, and then I guess there's a static mesh socket. It looks like they're changing the static mesh. So I think I don't want to do that. I just want to. Can you add empties? I know them as empties, but I guess I would add a. What do they have? This is an empty to me. This is considered an empty. Is it just a static mesh component? I would do a static mesh component, but then, no, I don't want it there. Stood there. Oh, did it move with the, I need to see something. When I pick a tool, yes, it moved, so it's a part of the camera. And I think that's probably for the best, because when I look at a shelf, I need to be able to move the box out the way so I can look at the shelf. So it should be underneath the camera. So let's go ahead and add static mesh. This is going to be box location. Alright, let's move it. Wait, where is it? Here? Alright, it's there. Where's the tool? Tool is... I'm actually just going to copy the tool and then move it over. That's not how you copy. Paste, and then... So it's right, it's the right spot, and then I want the box to be in front of you. Like there. Because essentially you'd be holding it with two hands. Alright. So to pick it up, once I'm able to interact with it, I want to... this is difficult. It's not difficult. I didn't mean to say difficult. I meant to say I'm thinking of several different ways I can do it, and I need to settle on just one. I want it to slowly animate up towards you. So we're gonna use the interact. I'm not even gonna bother with the interface right this second. I'm going to go to the player event. I'm just gonna pick a letter that I haven't used yet. 1, 2, oh look, 3 is available. Yeah, when we press 3, just because it's I want to get the idea that I'm testing out really quickly, rather than having to implement a whole bunch of systems. So when I walk over to the box, I'm gonna press 3, and then I'm gonna need that box to, well, I'm just gonna I could get a reference to the box. Yeah, this is, I guess the quickest way to do it would be get actor. This is not how you would do anything professionally. This part isn't what the game is about. This part isn't what the tutorial is about. This part is just trying to get to the tutorial section as quick as possible. So we want BP box. Okay, when I press it, get BP box. As BP box, we want to get, just call it a custom event. We're gonna call this collect me. And then when I press 3 as BP box, we're gonna do collect me. That's it. So collect me. Obviously I would do a line trace directly to the object, see if it implemented the interface, and collect it from there, but isn't that a lot? That'll come after we get the functionality working. I want to get the functionality working really well. So what we want to do is we want to get player controller, and then we want to cast to BP first person controller, because that's who we're playing as. Alright, so as BP first person controller, we want to get component. What's the name of the component? I forgot the name of the component. What did I call it just then? Not root component. Box loc. Alright, we want to fetch. No, it's together. What did I do? How did I name that? Oh, it's first person character. Oh my gosh. Get character. Get player character. I don't know why I misheard that. Cast to first person I do not know which one. Let's hope it's this one. And then get box. La. It's not this one. It's one of them. I think I have 2 in the project. Is it this one? I think there shouldn't be 2, but I think there's 2. Hold on. There it is. It was the second one. This has my box logo on it. The problem with, again, taking in multiple packages, this is why I would do it completely clean in my own project file. I only need the world location of the box, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna move it over when we pick it up, and then we're gonna attach it, keeping its relative location. There is a... Alright, so world location is this. What is it called? It's a form of lerping. But I have to... It's like lerp transform, I think it is. From A to B. Return value is a vector. That's B. Split B. Location. I actually could have got the entire transform then. I might have to, because it's going to need to rotate and everything. But we're not going to do that just yet. And then the start location is going to be get reference to self. Get world, get world. And we'll tweak it in just a minute. Default scene root. Alright, we got our transform there. So essentially we want to go from where we are to here. Over... One second. I think I put over the course of... Actually, not entirely sure this is the answer. Edit. I'm gonna make it like 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a long time for this, but I just want to make sure I've done the right thing, because I don't usually do it this way. So what are we at? Time 3. I'm typing. Okay. 3 tab 1. Okay. That should be, oops. Over the course of this time, it should go from A to B when it's time to pick it up. Should. And then okay, and that's when that's interesting to me. See, I don't use that particular one. That huh. Yeah, I know what this does. However, alright, anyhow, after we're done, we want to, if it doesn't work, I'll see that it doesn't work and then figure it out from there. Attach actor to component, and target is self. We're attaching ourself. Parent is going to be the location. Okay. Alright, parent's gonna be... So let me see if I've got this right. I go collect it. I don't think this lerp is right. But let's see if it slowly crawls over the course of 3 seconds. And then after that's done, attach to component if it went correctly. I don't know. But, for, what, it's 3 when I press 3. We'll test it. Where's my box? I'm all the way over here, so yeah, it doesn't work. No, it works. What? It didn't lerp. So I thought it didn't work. It was attached to me. I saw the shadow. Actually, do that again. I'm standing over here and I press 3. Over the course of 3 seconds, it teleports to me. But I don't know where it is. I see its shadow. That's odd. I see the shadow of the object, but I can never... It's like above my head or something. That's so weird. I mean... It's not physical. I think it is physical, but it's not smashing into walls or anything. So, it didn't lerp. It teleported, for one. I thought over time... Oh. Wait, oh. Wait, now I'm just reading it incorrectly. Over time I need to set the transform. Transform set. I need to set the transform over time and connect that to update. And then set transform. Which is why I was looking at lerp confusingly, because I'm like, if I'm lerping, shouldn't the thing to update the transform over the time of the lerp transform should not be attached to that node, but it's not. So is it just set X location? Man, I want some really good Chinese food in my life. Set active to transform. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. There we go. I don't know why I disconnected the finished. That stays. This goes to update. And then its new transform is here. Its target is self. That should slowly move it now over the course. As for it attaching, I have no idea where it attached to. Because it has a location. It just attached to its entire location. Viewport. Yeah, the location of the tool is here. Now, why won't it attach here? I don't know. I'm gonna stick it out further and see. Oops. I'm gonna stick it out further and see if it attaches to that portion of the character's body, but the rest of it should work. Okay, I'm gonna stand this far back. Come to me! I've got it. Oh, it's hurting me. Okay, because the 3 seconds weren't over when I picked it up, obviously. But, so it went. I'm holding it to the far. I'm holding it because you see the green trajectory lines, but it's off to my far left. I don't know how the offset is so far over, but I'm gonna have to figure that out. I do see that I have it. It did come to me. Something's off because where it came to me, it came towards the correct point. Let me check my attach statement. Box. Keep relative. Yeah. It pulled towards the point. Like, it pulled towards the location point that I set for it. However, when 3 seconds was over, it jumped to some other point. And now I'm confused. It's parenting it. Why didn't it stay where it was? Keep world? Let me see. I doubt keep world is where I need it. But I'm gonna test it. keep world is gonna be stiff. Come to me. It's not doing it. It's not. Wait, I killed my game. Because. Wait. No, it's physical. It should be ignoring. I'm flying now. The box should be physical when on ground, but once I've got it attached to me, it's moving me around. Woohoo! I'm flying. Let's go. Up, 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 higher. Higher, over the wall. We can make it. We made it over the wall, guys. Goodbye. Okay. That worked. Keep world worked. I don't like the way it's oh, that's because I moved it further out. I remember. It's just really weird that keeping relative position alters the relative position. It's weird. So attach to me, but stay where you are after the attaching is done. Take a second to get to me, by the way. I did it slow just in case something broke and I needed to see the pathway. But when you pick something up, it should probably take 0.5. It should take a second to pick it up. You'd be waiting forever. It would feel like a delay. You would feel the lag and you'd think, why am I not picking this up faster? So the shorter that is, I think, the better. Where are my nodes? My other nodey boy. Time should be 0.5. Okay. And then just to make them all nice and stuff, we're gonna auto interpolate. So make it all curvy. Alright, I should be able to pick this up. It is gonna push me around because I haven't changed the setting for it, but let me back up. Oh, I pressed E instead of 3. There we go. I've collected the box. I've collected the box. Yeah, something's wrong because I'm pressing W to go forward and it's moving me backwards. So that's how I backed up into this corner. And now I can't move forward at all. No, I'm not able to move forward. Why is it? That's weird. Having something attached to me shouldn't be a problem. But I'll disable physics and collisions and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. Also, I can't read that, Clar. I don't know if you noticed, but I am speaking English. Ergo, it should either be typed in English or you could try guessing the other 4 languages I speak, but I doubt you will. But yeah, if I'm speaking in English, it should be typed in English. Otherwise, I'll think you're cussing at me, and I'll just start telling you off, and we don't want that. Let's see. We need to turn disable physics if it's on. Doesn't the chair disable physics when you carry it around? Let's see how that system works. Right? It doesn't clash into anything, but it can go through everything. Or is it even there? Let's see how they do it. Yeah, it goes through, but I'm picking it up, and obviously when I set it down, it's physical. And then I pick it up again, it goes through stuff. So that's kind of what we're looking for when I collect the item. The item shouldn't be any kind of physical. Let's see, box. We're gonna have to turn that off. That's one thing I don't mess with and don't know how to do, but I'm gonna figure it out. What is it? Collisions? You would set collisions to off or physics? Ignore physics. Collision. Isn't there already an ignore? when I attach it, event graph, is there no physics weld simulated bodies? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna say no. I want my bodies simulated welding together. It sounds dirty. Simulate physics. Let's do no. It's already false. So it's not physics. I think it's collisions. Simulate, generate hit event, generate overlap event, collision presets, collision responses, ignore. I'm gonna go with ignore. Collision. Oops, I typed coil. I'm assuming if you type collision, all of the stuff for collisions will show up. So I'm gonna do that. Set disable collision. You perfect. Disable collisions. Perfect. I hope. That's probably not the right button. Accessor. What's an accessor? Constraint instance accessor struct by reference. We're not doing that. I'm gonna find another collision node to use. You missed your chance. Oh, I guess it was under physics constraints. Add component, add box collision node, assign collision, box overlap actors, capsule overlap actors, clear move, ignore components. I'm worried that since I attached it to the player, that it takes, I don't know, get move, ignore components, ignore component when moving. This is for clash collision and within the same object. This is like component to component, not to touch each other. Ignore that's an interesting one though. Set collisions enabled. Set collision controls what kind of collision is enabled for this body. Oh. Okay. Set actor enable collision allows disable collision for the whole actor. Self new actor enable collision, no. Maybe. I don't, honestly, I've never messed with physics in any of the types of stuff I work on, so let's go ahead and give it a test. No, it still messes me up. I still walk the wrong direction. Like W makes me walk backwards. Wait, D makes me walk backwards too? What? But I'm not flying anymore. Wait, can I put this through a wall? Well, I don't know because I cannot get to a wall. Okay, I have to back myself. Did I just put this box through the wall? Alright, I'm backing all the way up, pressing W. It hates me. Okay, if I turn around, the box goes through the wall. It's ignoring collision. As for the movement component, I have no idea what broke it. But we've achieved greatness. Look, it's going through. No collision on the box. Also, the box is like at a weird direction. I would, obviously, when you're doing this, you want to make sure you rotate the box to the way you should want the player to have. Hold it when there, whatever. If when you clean this up. But I kind of reserve stuff like that for the segment when I do animation, so to say. So I would consider something like that part of animation, because they would animate picking up the box and make sure the box is setting at the right rotation. Alright, before I pick anything up, I can walk normally. What the heck? Yeah, I'm walking. So why does picking that up, which has nothing to do with movement control, why does it mess with my movement? It has to be something to do. Yeah, but even if it has something to do with like putting the rotation off kilter because another object is attached to that location, even if that were the case, it shouldn't start making me go in the wrong direction just because another object is attached to the player. That shouldn't make W suddenly go backwards. That I have to, like, that makes no sense as to why that would be doing that. Especially if it's ignoring the collision to everything else. If I turn collisions off, which I did, this box shouldn't interact. Oh, actually, see, I don't want to set, and I don't want to enable, I don't want to have to keep enabling it, so I won't attach it to update. But maybe if I did it first, before I attach it to the player. Yeah, I'm walking normally. So before it attaches to the player. Wait. Yeah, it's broken. I don't do anything but add a new object. This is so stupid. The movement system should not be dependent on whether or not another object is attached to, like, it shouldn't be dependent on that. And it has to be attached, because if I don't attach it underneath the camera as the location, then you won't be able to look around the box. The box will be in the way and you won't be able to look around anything. It still breaks it anyway. It still makes W go backwards. Like, why? Why would that change the direction? Why would that change the direction of the movement input buttons? Like, that makes absolutely no sense. And also, I don't get it. Why it changes the movement input buttons when, I mean, the item's there already. It's empty, but it's there. So it doesn't take up any physical. I could try the ignore other, but it still is not telling me why it would interfere with WAS and D, which isn't dependent on WASD isn't dependent on how many items are attached to the player. Like, that shouldn't break anything. That's a little annoying. And this is part of the reason why I said if I was starting fresh, clean project, I'd make my own character and only pull what's necessary. Because so now I can't do what I want with my character. Now I'm not allowed to add anything to my character because it's conflicting with movement, whereas if I built my own system and movement from the jump, I wouldn't have to worry about anyone else's code but the code that I put into it. So let's try to figure out why WASD doesn't work after I pick this up. This is nothing. This is press the number 3. Alright. Alright, let's go back to the box. This is absolutely weird. I built that way too close to everything. It makes no sense. What the? Come on. What? I just played this song. So there's nothing so like even if I was bouncing off the box, so the box is completely, and for one, actually, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Hello, Samo, welcome in. Happy to have you here. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, I meant to say hello first, but this is quite frustrated. The box, I turn collisions off before it attaches to me. So let me move this, and then I'll zoom in closer so you can see. But even if collision was the problem, everything shouldn't be pushing me backwards. So yeah, set actor enable collision is off. And you can tell collision's off because I was able to, let's see, let's stand here because it's going to push me backwards. I pick up the box, I'm rotating it, the box is going through the wall. So collision's off completely. So how could I be bouncing off the box and going backwards? Like, it's every button pushes me back. W, A, S, and D suddenly are all back buttons now. Like, I'm holding W. It's walking me backwards. S and D, yep, this is D. I'm holding D, it's also walking me backwards. Now I'm holding S, it's walking me backwards. And A, now I'm holding A is walking me backwards. That, if it was bouncing off, every button direction would probably push me into another direction. But everything suddenly is just pushing me backwards. That doesn't make sense. There's no code in here that interferes with the walking system. It's press 3, reference the box, pick up the box. Yeah, so get the character, over the course of a time, lerp the object to here, and then set actor transform as it's lerping. And then once it's done everything, enable collision. So I could turn collision off very first before the timeline, before anything, and see if that's the problem. Like the second we tried to collect it, I'll make it no collisions. But other than that, I don't know why it would even mess with W, A, S, and D. But anyway, how has your day been, Samo? How's things treating you? Alright, let's see. This, yeah, it's still broken. The box is still non-physical, so I can still push it through this physical wall that I'm not allowed to walk through. But now I'm zooming. Now it's like multiplying the speed. I don't. How would that even? Look how fast it's going now. How would that even be a thing? I have absolutely no idea. Alright, let's see. Yeah, character movement has absolutely nothing to do. Alright, let's see. Gravity scale, acceleration. But even still, even if why would it change W, A, S, and D? Oh, you're very welcome. Like, I'm not bouncing off the box. At this point, the box doesn't even exist. It's just, it's non-collision. Maybe there's something else I need to turn off, like physics or something. But there's no colliders on the box. So maybe there's some other thing that needs to turn off that I don't know about. It seems pretty weird to me, but alright, enable collision. Alright, new actor, enable collision. Let's see what other collision stuff I can find. So we got set disable collision. Wait, is that what I did? Well, that's the opposite of that. Wait, let's leave that. Let's look up something else. Disable collision is for physics constraints. Yeah, I don't even know. Event actor, overlap, convert physics, no. Collision, assign on actor. Yeah, so it's completely non-physical before it even gets to the character. Get collision. Move, ignore actors. Return the list of actors we currently ignore removing. Maybe? There was one that was for self-on-self crime. Get closest point on collision. Get actor. Get actor bounds. Array bounds. But anyway, Samo, sorry. Do you make games? Do you work in games? Do you do, or do you just play them, or what? Let me know. Get move, ignore actors. Get overlapping actors. Ignore actors when moving. Tell this component whether to ignore collision with all components of a specific actor. When the component is moved, I could try this one. I don't. Target is. Well, actually, actor would be. Target would be. Gosh darn it. Target would be player character. All the components on the character, which is okay. And then I guess actor would be self. Ignore all of this. I'm probably ignore actor, remove him. Tell this component whether to ignore a collision with all components of a specific actor. Yeah, that's right. It could have just been box, but I did self. Yeah, box could be. Wait, this. Oh no, it has to be this. Alright, let's try this one. Nope. Instantly move back. Why is... Like, it's just reversing. It's turning everything into... I really hope it's something simple. It wasn't that. Ignore actor when moving. So that wasn't it. Nothing else. No other functions about collisions. I don't even know if it's the collision that's breaking it. You work in games and do more game stuff, and that's so freaking awesome. That's really cool that you do that. It won't feel that painful because I guess it feels painful sometimes if it's something that I work on. However, I don't usually do physics-based anything. So it won't really be that painful because I'm kind of learning to do this type of thing. I prefer, my genres typically horror and cinematic stuff like that. So I've never had to use physics or collisions or anything. So yeah, I guess it's hard if it's something that I'm like, hey, I knew that, I've been working on that, I've done that before. But something like this, it's like, oh, hey, I learned something new type of thing. So yeah, I don't know, it's weird. The reaction I'm getting from it is weird. Rotation rate, let me try the way I had it before, because if it is clashing with whatever, I'm gonna take this, put it right out here so it doesn't touch anything. It's still gonna be physical, but it's not gonna touch anything. Yeah, so it's pretty much that's pretty much the problem. Even though I turned physics off, so I could run this through the wall if I wanted to, I could run it through the floor if I wanted to, it's still clashing with something on the character. So if I push it far out, then I'm not having the same issue. I'm walking around left, right, up, down normally. You do your best work when angry. That's fair enough. I do my best work when angry and sweary, so I guess we each have in our own way. I do my best work when I'm sleepy, trying to fight falling asleep just because I want to get one last thing together. So it kind of makes me like, it's like a race against the clock, but it's my own clock that's inside my head. And it's like, can I do this faster? And then I work best if I wake up in the middle of the night, like 2, 3 a.m. All the ideas just come pouring in to the point where I now sleep with a pen and pad just so I don't lose any of my ideas. Alright, so the main problem that we're having that's messing with it is something's clashing with it. Even though I turned physics off, it's still somehow clashing with it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up physics offline and figure that out. But that wasn't the point of this anyway. The point of it was just to get it walking with the player. And now we're gonna get items placed on the shelf based upon the trajectory, which are those green balls bouncing out the bottom of the box. It's pointing to static meshes because I haven't done an exact line trace yet, so it's only pointing to static objects that are close to it. Kind of like that. Why is the dish soap? I left dish soap in the sky. But basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the shelves and calculate the trajectory here, just so we can know what shelf to which shelf to put in. But before we even get to that, that's like a final thing we have to do, because there's a whole lot more steps in between being able to do that. The first thing is each shelf can only hold, the shelves need to know, the shelves are empty at first. So the first step is the shelf needs to know what type of object it is, and based on the type of object it is, the shelf needs to know how many rows the item can be placed down, how many rows. But that's not the only thing. The next thing it needs to know is whether or not the shelf is empty. If the shelf is not empty, whether or not the object placed on the shelf is the same object that we're trying to add to it. Otherwise, it's going to tell us no. And then if it is the same object, we then need to make sure that the shelf isn't already full of that object. And then, only then, if it's not full, only then, no wait, not even then. We got one more step. We need to make sure that the box of stuff that we're carrying isn't empty. And then, only then, are we allowed to take an item out of the box and put it on the shelf. But we can't stop there. We must also calculate how many items can the box hold, how many items have been removed from the box, and how much space is left in the box, and all of that stuff for the shelf also needs to happen for the box. So the box type, how many items are left in the box, whether or not it's empty, all of that stuff needs to apply for the box, for the shelf, so we can get those two things communicating back and forth well before we can place any item on the shelf. Which, in order to place an item on the shelf and calculate the trajectory, we're going to have to do line traces from the player character. And that line trace can only happen, again, if the character has a box in their hand. So that is a whole horde of stuff that we have to do, but we have to start with the box inventory and the shelf's inventory. So let's kick that off with a few variables. Now, when I'm doing the full project, obviously this is just lessons, learning different segments of how to put the game together. When I do the full object, I'll be using things like line traces. I'll be using blueprint interfaces. Like, I have an interface right here that I was gonna do for Carrie, and then I decided, like, we're just picking up the box, and if you're still watching, you should already know about interfaces and how to plug them together. And it was a little pointless to try to do that just for this test item. But when it comes to the whole game itself, you're gonna need to use interfaces, because not everything is gonna be able to go on the shelf. You're gonna have items that need to be refrigerated. You're gonna have items that need to go in the freezer. So we're gonna open up our stuffs, and we're going to add some new information to it. Okay, so we have the what stuff and the item size, but now we're going to need to know location. Should I call it location, or should I call it I should just call it storage, I guess. Storage type. So I don't know what to call it. It doesn't. I'm not gonna say it doesn't matter, because naming absolutely matters. Even though I named the data table stuffs, and the enum is named stuffs, that's okay. But naming does matter. So when you come back to look at it, you want to make sure it's not the right thing. So storage type is actually going to be another enum. Just in case I want to add another storage type later. I may, because I don't know, you might want to store stuff on something different, or there might be specific displays that you store stuff in. So I definitely have to do an enum for that. So storage type. Alright, let's open my storage types. So for now, we're gonna have a shelf, just a basic shelf. We're gonna have refrigerator. I hope I spelled that correctly. Why is freezer capitalized? We're gonna have a freezer. And for now, those are gonna be the 3 things that you can store your items on. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is correct it in the, not the data table, the struct. Alright, correct it in the struct. It's gonna be of type storage type enum. So we have the item, the size of the item, where the item can store. And then for the box has to have some default values as well. So let's save that. The box is gonna have, and now this I'm putting together just because these are the items that they're gonna be. But once you make your full game, or once I separate out the different mechanics, most of these variables were test variables, so they're gonna go, like the offset's not used anymore. different things aren't used anymore. But again, this is all just for testing. So what you would want your box to have, the box needs to know the item type. The box doesn't really need to know, wait, we have item type, oops. We have item type already. That's a reference object. Okay, it needs to know, what does your box need to know? So, total items. Alright. Total current items. Let's do total current items. So you have a total current items, which is going to be an integer. It can never be partial. So, alright, you need to know, so the total current items are how many are in there. And then, so I suppose I could do if total current items is 0, and I'd always be checking if total current items are 0, or I could just do a boolean to keep, this would keep the code neat, and for some reason I'm not allowed to, now I can double click, and that would just be box empty. Okay, and then so whether or not the box is empty, and that way you don't have to keep checking if total current items is less than this, or so many ads at once, Samo. I don't know. I don't control it. It's just whoever Twitch decides to do whatever. I haven't even changed it. It's default Twitch. Okay, so the next thing, it looks like it says ad break ends in 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Okay. Oh my dog. I'm sorry, I stopped to look at the emoji you pasted. It's so cute. Oh, it's a little doggo. Also, none of my things don't work either. Whoa, what's that? That's a cool picture. How come I can't see a picture here? But oh, it's broken. Sorry, I have a trouble with my Twitch modules that I'm not allowed. I can't see stuff like the alerts don't work, and I can't see anyone's. I can see your name, but I can't see like the picture next to your name or anything. Yeah, my Twitch is just, and the modules won't load for me. So if I do miss anything, like an alert or something, I do apologize. But just, you can text me in chat to let me know. It's been broken for many months, and I don't know how to fix it. And people have tried to help me fix it, and it just won't. Yeah, it won't work correctly. So there's that. So I'm just gonna do a boolean of whether or not the box is empty, so I'm not constantly having to run the math and check. If it's empty, it'll do it. If it's not empty, then you cannot put anything else in it, and you should still be able to fill the shelves. So total current items that are left in the box, and then whether or not the box is empty. There was one more thing I think I said that we needed to know, but I don't remember, so the next time we need to use it. Why do they keep doing that? Alright, let me save. Alright, just for the heck of it, I was gonna put one of these items in the freezer, but I guess not. Alright, we're gonna refrigerate our dish soap. Is there a D in refrigerator? I don't believe so. I think there's no D in that. I think there's only a D when you type fridge. Alright, that should still not compile. Refresh the, if I refresh the node, it's gonna break it, even though I never changed this. So I'm just gonna, if I want to save it, I have to keep plugging it in every time. So I'm not going to plug anything in because we don't need that right now anyway. And it's gonna keep breaking anyway. because we're editing the struct and all of that, so it keeps breaking the number even though that particular thing in the struct doesn't change. It still resets it. Okay. So we have our stuff. We have rice, candle, dish, soap. And then in our struct we have what the item is, how big the item is, where the item is allowed to be placed. Now, how it's placed on the shelf actually depends on how big the item is, so we never actually have to go in and do any types of, oh, this item is too big for this shelf, it has to go there. We don't do that. Its shelf space is dependent on the size of the item, and that makes it dynamic. That makes us allowed to just put any type of item in. And it also allows us to run less data, because if I had to do an X coordinate and a Y coordinate for every single item, that would be like way too tedious and a lot of extra data to run and type in for one. Alright, so now that we know the box, where's our box? So now we know how many items are in our box. How do we know max items? Alright, we need max items. Max items. I can't do that too early. This is after it's spawned in. I'm gonna put it at the end, only because I could type it over there in the beginning, but I don't want it to mess anything up. So multiplying X size by Y size is gonna get you the max items that are allowed to be that are allowed in the actual thing. And we're gonna call that max total items, or max items total items max. Alright, so the max items that they're allowed, there has to be an integer as well. Change. Okay. Okay, and then we'll just set the max items after we've put it in, because when it spawns in, it's going to spawn in with the max number of items anyway, but we just need to make sure that we're not trying to put more items than the box can handle or more items than the shelf can handle. So now we actually need to do the same to the shelf as well, but we'll do that in a minute. So I have the total items that are in the box, whether or not the box is empty, the max amount of items the box can hold. And then I have the, what do I call it? You know what we're not doing? Oh. We are not, yep. Snapping points isn't used anymore, but we need to know, items. Pardon me. I just call it items, I guess. Items are gonna be oh, the reason I didn't add it to items yet is because I never created a master item. For now, since we're just doing a box of rice, alright. Actually, that wouldn't be dynamic. Well, it's not going to be dynamic at all. But what it's going to be is it's not going to be a box of rice. I'm putting a box of rice for the sake of the test. When you make yours, if you're following along with this, when you make yours, you're going to put the master item. And so you need to do the master item. So that way it can be dynamic, and you can put different types of items in the box if they are allowed to be in that box. So So you would just, yeah, you would do master item. I'm doing rice because rice is my test item. In the rice, there's a couple variables that we need as well. So we would need to know the box type. And this is something that I said I was gonna do just because I didn't like that the boxes weren't like labeled in the sim game that I was doing. And I'm gonna label each type of box, and the player is gonna know what box type each item can go in. So I would create an enum and just call it box type, and maybe about 6. So something like rice, which is now dish soap, that can go in an A4. I'm just gonna make up box types. A6. Okay. B. I don't know. B2. What would go to B2? I'm literally making up box types right now. B. A6, B5, I guess. Yeah, those are all the types we need. There's gonna be more, but I'm literally just making it up as I go along. But when I actually get the box meshes in, A4, A6, they'll all be different box sizes. Okay. Save that. And then the box we're gonna be using right now is A4. So this needs to know its own box type. So the box itself needs to know what box type it is. Okay. Oops, I slipped and pressed the wrong button. Alright, so it is an A4. Yeah, let's do that. So now we know that rice, this is just a quality of life thing, but it's useful for later. Rice can only go in A4 box type boxes. Okay. And then rice, you would, when you're doing the master type, you would make it instance editable, but I wouldn't, because rice is just the one object and it can only ever go into A4. Okay. And then so that's for collecting the object back into the box. What else do we need for the box? All right. We first need to spell that correctly. Okay. Box type. Okay. Alright, so now that we've got the type of box that we have, items. Items is very important. That actually tells us how many we never added the pardon, attach component. No. One moment, I believe someone stopped the music. It's broken. Oh no, a new song is playing. There it is. It was just taking a while to start up the next song. It was frozen, I think. Alright, so alright, after we spawn in the actor, I actually need to add that spawned in item to there. Alright, so that spawned in item gets added to items as it should. Alright, so now I actually have a list of all the items in there And what we're going to do is, in order to place them on the shelf, we need to decrease it by 1. Max total items. I already got confused about what that meant, so I'm gonna change it to max items allowed. Total current items. Okay. Alright. I already was deleting items. I already have a system set up to delete the items. It's down here. I just have to find out which one it is. So I'll go over doing it with you guys. It's just that I already made that when I was testing moving items to shelf over earlier. Actually, would I call it earlier if it was 1 a.m.? Yeah, I'll say earlier today. So, alright, we've set the max items that are allowed, which is basically how many items this thing is going to spawn with anyway. We can pick it up. So now we need to go to the shelf. I think I have, if I think of another variable that needs to come back over here, I'll come back over and put it into place. But now that we've done the rice for the box, which is later, now that we've done the box and the items that are in the box, we will have to come back over to box for shelf items, which I'm gonna make 2 custom events for. Alright, add custom event, box items, add custom event, shelf item. Now, I'm doing this separately to keep the code nice and neat, but obviously you can do it all in one. All this is doing is taking away or adding to or from the box. And if you wanted to do it all in one event, you would just do like -1 or +1 -1 with every click. And you just accept an integer here. But I just want to keep it neat and keep it separate. So, especially when you're going back and looking at the code and you're like, what's the +1 -1 for without comments? Oh, just ignore my lack of comments, by the way, for those game devs out there. For me, I'm taking it and copying it to a completely different project. And this is sort of my test platform, so there aren't really any comments here. But I'm making it as I go and then copying it over into my own project. So I didn't really need the comments in this one, but yeah. I also have this thing, I have a really good memory. So I've gone back to code years and years ago. And I still knew what I was doing and what it was for and stuff like that, but yeah, I comment sometimes when it's necessary. Alright, so we're gonna box an item. Boxing an item essentially, we're gonna get one. Yeah, so shelving an item, boxing an item is going to have to be I need the item. Do I have an item type? No, I have a box type. I need an item type and an item logo. No. I do have an item type. I just call it reference object. I still need the item logo to go on the outside of the box so that people can see what's in it. But that's a quality of life thing for later as well. It's just a texture 2D. Figure that out. What? Let's see, box type. Items. Alright, so I say reference object. Yeah, that's telling me what's in the box. I'm gonna change this to just item. Okay. So then, if I'm trying to, let's do shelf and item first. If I'm trying to put an item on the shelf, I have to first make sure the box isn't empty. Boxing an item is a little bit tricky. Not tricky. You basically have to do whether or not this equals the item that you're trying to pull in. Equals enum, and then I would say this would take item type, and it would be of stuff. It's not that hard to do. So basically you're saying if this equals that, then, and it, not just that, let's do an and. So it has to equal it, and the box, actually I can't even do an and. The box has to not be full, but I'm gonna take the and away because there's situations for both where I need true false. So if you want to box an item, it has to either be the same item and not full, but not necessarily. So for one, because if you want to box an item, I cannot do and because there's a scenario that I need. I wouldn't even check this first. The first thing I would do is test whether or not the box was empty. If we're gonna put stuff in the box, right? And if the box isn't empty, then you would have to have the same item. If the box is empty, it would have to be the correct box type. Item types. You would have to get the box type off of the item because the shelf wouldn't have the box type. The item would have its own box type. So you'd have to take this item, find it in the data table. Inside the data table, I don't have box types here, so I have to add that to it. I have storage type. Add variable, that's gonna break the other thing. So box type. Save that. Oh no, not that. Let's just do box. Alright, so essentially you'd have to go back into the data table, get the box type of the item that you're trying to add it, and if they don't match, then you'd have to fix that. So right now everything is going into A4, but let's keep it moving. But that's for boxing an item. That's why I said we're gonna do shelving an item first. Boxing an item is not difficult. There's just a lot of steps into it, so we should focus on getting the items out of the box first, because we can't technically box an item until we unbox one. So let's start with shelving the item and make sure boxing. Let's just move everything down or up. I think, actually, goodness, I'm gonna move all of this stuff down here because it's a part of that. Yeah, next to that, and then I'll be able to move this stuff here and here, but this is still in the way. Because this next section is going to take up some space, but I don't know how much, so I'd rather create the space for it now. There we go. Alright. That looks close enough. Okay. You might not think you need it, but there's going to be a lot of space. And if I have to go higher, I kind of want this little bit of space too. Because when I do need to select and move stuff, it's going to be difficult if I let them clash into each other. So. Alright. Nope. We're shelving items first. Oops. Okay. Alright, so if we want to get an item on the shelf, we have to at first make sure the box that we're trying to pull out isn't empty, and then we have to make sure the reference item that we have is able to go on the shelf in the first place. And then we also need to see what shelf we need to know what shelf we're looking at and all of that good stuff, which is where the line trace is going to come in. But for now, let's do the shelving part, and then we'll do the line trace right after. Excuse me one quick moment. I'm going to take a drink. Alright, so alright, the box we're holding cannot be empty. And then I'm trying to think, shelving and boxing items may or may not be stored here. I'm gonna write the code here, and then since we're gonna be like calling and responding to it when we have it picked up, this information might have to go inside the player character, or the triggers for it will go inside the player character, and then I'll see from there. And the player character will be able to talk to the box based on which box the character's holding. So alright, so first, as long as the box isn't empty, we are good, and then we have to get data. Get data table row name. Is it not just get? No, get data table row. Okay, and the row that we're gonna need is the item. Okay, now remember earlier we had that issue where I wasn't allowed to plug the name into here for some reason. So the only way I was able to do it was I had to do a print string, because I forget what thing they gave us. It was print string, trying to plug this into the print string. Was it that way, or I think it was backwards. I think it was this to here. Yep, it gave us enum to string, and then I had to convert the string to the name, and that is the only way, for some weird reason, that's the only way it would correctly give me the enum. Otherwise it was just ringing wrong. But I don't know if that's by design or if it's just a bug I'm having today. I never experienced that before until now, but that's how we do that. Oh, obviously the data table row is stuffed. Alright, so we go ahead and compile that. So in order to shelf an item, the box that we're holding can't be empty. The item has to be able to belong on the shelf. So let's go ahead and split my struct pin. Actually, now that I think about it, I have to be looking at a shelf. So I have to be looking at the item type, or the item type has to come back to me. So I need to accept it as an input. So storage type, source. I'm gonna call it storage source. What song is this? The Hollow Ian Post. This is a really cool song. Especially if you're doing something spooky. But, alright, so the storage source is coming. And it needs to be of type storage type. Okay? So I need to do an enums equals here. So if the item that I'm trying to store does not equal outrow storage type, so if they're not even the same storage type, then I clearly cannot store my rice in the refrigerator. So I cannot allow that. Double click, there we go. Alright, got our reroute here. Alright, so that shouldn't let that happen. There's a lot of it's gonna be a lot of stipulations here. If the box is empty, nothing's gonna happen. Or I can tell the player the box is empty. I know they would probably be grateful for knowing, like, because when in the other game that I was playing, I click certain times, I drop it just to see whether or not it's empty. I'm thinking about putting like a number perhaps on the flap of the cardboard box. So say the cardboard box facing you, but the flap is tilted open, and I'm thinking of putting a number of items left inside. I'm thinking of doing that, putting that on top of the flap. Just so they can see how many things are left inside the box. And the image as well. I think the image should go there as well, so people can see. The image will also go on the outside of the box, so when you set the box down, you'll know what's in it. But I also think if you're holding it, you should also be able to see how much is left. Alright, get data table row. So now I need to know, alright, so here we are. Is the item... is the box empty? If the box isn't empty, can the item we're trying to put on the shelf even go on the shelf that we're staring at? We're going to use a line trace, so we're already going to be looking at the shelf to get that information. Okay, can the item even go on the shelf? If it's true, yeah. If no, then we would tell the player, you need such and such to... This item must be stored in a refrigerator. This item must be stored in a whatever. Wait, what? Okay, I'll just... append a string. Yeah, so basically this item must be stored in a... Don't forget to add the space to the end. Doesn't it? No, I don't think it takes space. For now, I'm just going to print a string. And then we're going to have to do the whole get enum. So the item that's inside the box, actually, it would be this. So I would need enum to string. Okay. Outrow storage type would be this. Print it, and if it's not the right, it'll just say, pardon me, this item must be stored in so and so. And when we get the UI, please excuse my voice. I'm just trying to tell you words right now. When we get the UI going, this will be printed to the UI, not to the console for the player. This is just for development only, as you can see here. So now we're moving on to, yes, we most certainly can do that, whatever. So the way I want to do this is I want to calculate a trajectory between the two items, but that's animation, so that's something that I'll do last. For now, we just need to pop the items over to the shelf. No animation being built in here just yet. So if it is the correct item, then the shelf isn't even. Alright, so the shelf can't be full, but you're assuming that I'm gonna assume that if we got this far, the shelf isn't full, the one that we're looking at. Otherwise, if the shelf is full, I'm gonna stop it over there. So the code that would say, because there's no point in putting it all on the box. So code says the box is empty if this is that, if this is that. Before we even trigger this, if the shelf is full, we won't trigger it. So that code is going to go in the shelf itself. And I do it side by side, but it's not really. Yeah, let's do this side by side actually. So let's put it down here, and we're going to have a custom event. Stock shelf. And then shelf empty. Actually, because I think I have something else that's redundant. Because if I stop it all at the shelf, then we wouldn't need to check inside the box whether or not the item type is correct. No, we would. Okay, so in the shelf, if the shelf is empty, that's the only way we can progress. Okay, the shelf is empty. Alright, and then if the shelf is not empty, we would need to know what the current item is. Current item stored on shelf. Okay, so if it's not empty, because if it is empty, we can just go on forward and ask the box for stuff. But if it's not empty, we need to know the current item stored on shelf. And that's just going to be of this. Compile. It says rice, but that's my own doing. I need to take the enum. Where is, I need the, not necessarily, yeah, stuffed enum. Because, and I need to know what's stored on the shelf, right? And if I use the enum, it has to be one of these things. So I do need a none enum to be default. So everything defaults to none. I didn't mean to do that. This is gonna mess up the data table again and disconnect stuff, but that's actually, no, I think I left it disconnected. Alright, so this is a different enum, but that I just had to do that just so the shelf could be empty. Alright, so current item stored is allowed to be none. Alright, so if the shelf isn't empty, then I would need to know the current item stored. And then I would get the player, the control character, first person character. So can I get character? Get player character. Has to I think it was the top one if I remember correctly. So if the shelf is empty, this is a reference to the player is something I'd like to have on event begin play. So I'm plugging it here, but you should know where that goes. Samo, you head out. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck with all you do. Next time you come in, though, dude, I want to hear about what you do. I know you said what you do, but I want to hear you talk about some of the stuff that you work on, and yeah, because I'm just here talking about what I do. I like to hear what other people do as well. So you enjoy the rest of your day. Take care, and I hope to see you soon. Alright, shelf is empty. We're gonna go ahead and where was I? Okay, if the shelf is empty, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Right, I need a reference to the character regardless, because if the shelf isn't empty, I'm gonna need the current item stored there anyway, and send that over to the player. So this is why I want to get the reference, and even when this thing first starts, so I'd just be able to call the reference. But right, for this, it doesn't matter. Okay, so all right, so I've tried to respond to the shelf. The shelf is not empty, and then as the character, I would have to get, oh, you know what? I didn't create a reference. I never created a reference to the object when I picked it up on the player. That's very important. So the box. We're just gonna hard reference stuff just so, because the point of this is to get this part done. So alright, when it comes time to start get actor of class. Alright, this is just a quick hard reference just so we can get the core functionality going. So we're gonna go ahead and BP ox. No wonder it's not visible. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take the box blueprint, and then if the shelf isn't empty, and even if the shelf is empty, actually, does it matter whether or not the shelf is empty? Because I only have, I would need to know if the shelf is partially full. It doesn't really matter if the shelf is empty or half empty, but what I would need to know is I would need to know if the shelf is full. Because if the shelf is full, then we don't want to do anything. So I would rename that to shelf full, right? And then I would do stuff based on that. Okay, so if the shelf, whether the shelf is full or not full, I would send current item there. So therefore, whether the shelf is completely empty or partially full, it's gonna automatically send the current item over to the box. What is the name of the function? Shelf item. Shelf item. That says it. Gotta pull from here. What happened to the? Why did the music stop again? What? It stops and starts when I click into the page sometimes. Let's just skip to the next. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Alright, so the next thing we're gonna do And I'm still thinking about the communication on the fly, like how I want to do this. Because part of me wants to just store some data in the shelf, but then the other part wants to store some data in the box. And it can be done both ways, so I'm trying to figure out the way I want to do it. So forgive me for the back and forth, but that's pretty much why, because I'm doing it on the fly. So go ahead and shelf the item now. Because until the shelf talks to the item, it doesn't actually know that it doesn't know whether it can or cannot take a shelf. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that, and the storage source is going to be a private variable. Your storage source is going to be your shelf type. No, storage type. Okay, so basically you're just saying, hey, someone's trying to this needs to be exposed on spawn when I spawn a new shelf in. There we go. It doesn't need to be instance editable. No, it doesn't actually need to expose on spawn either, because a shelf will always be a shelf unless I do a master shelf, and then that's when I'll switch it from shelf to freezer, which I will do, and then have one storage item, and then depending on that it'll have different types, but it'll send its storage source over. And this I have to compile. Your storage source is shelf. That was terribly hard to say. Okay, so I want to also send, now that I have that none variable in the enum, now I can send the item type over. Alright, so storage source, what type of storage are you, and what type of item, if any, is currently stored on top of you. So not storage item, let's do stored item, and then that's just gonna be stuffs. Okay, and default value is none. So if it is none, that's actually really good. We can just move on and process everything. Alright, so let's go ahead and plug these two things in. So if I'm looking at the shelf and I try to interact with the shelf and the shelf isn't full, it's just gonna tell the box, hey box, I'm holding, hey box, I'm a shelf and I currently have this or that on me. Now if this or that happens to be none, the box will be like, yay, hooray, you have nothing on you, I'm gonna fill you with my goods. But if it is anything other than none, then you're gonna have to figure out if the box is holding that type of item, and that's just an enum match. However, if the shelf is full, we're just gonna tell the player, sorry, I'm full. Shelf is full, display full, whatever. Okay, that's pretty much what we're gonna do. Now that we can go stock the shelf, we're gonna come right on over to the box, because we now take in a little bit more information. Okay, alright, so you've clicked the button on the shelf, and the shelf has said, congratulations, you're allowed to do stuff with me. And then you come in and you go, I'm allowed to do stuff with you, but my box is empty. Why'd I even try? Then you'll be told, nothing, you're not carrying anything. Otherwise, you need to check if your box isn't empty and you still have something in your box, see what that item is, find that item in its list, and figure out where they're allowed, what they can be stored on. If what they're stored on is what you sent, great. If what they're, we're gonna need to talk back to the shelf to know how many are left. Or not. Just thinking, if whether how many is 0 is just an integer, whether how many is 0 or 5, it doesn't matter. So taking in how many's left on the shelf is a good number. Alright, shelf full, current item stored, current item amount. That's an integer. Now, the box knows, I'm going to leave the number the same. The box knows, or not, because how many items are in a box, typically I was going to do however many items in a box, that's how many items fit on a display. But the display is much bigger than the box that it comes in. So those would be two completely different numbers. So how many are allowed to store on the shelf depends on, if I would have to use the same dynamic system as the box, and then I would have to have the same variables as the box, the max, total max items allowed. And I would potentially max items allowed. Yeah, let's do that. And I would set it the same way I set the box. Oh, it is already an integer. Max items allowed would be set back here, and it would basically be rows times columns. Alright, that would be the max number of items that are allowed. But the box doesn't need to know that. Once the shelf unit is full, it'll just trigger the full section, and the box will only know that the shelf is full. It won't know anything else. But it still does need to send the current number of items that are available, and that is current item amount. And then once the item is stopped, the current item amount will shift. Well, the current item amount shouldn't shift, but it'll get updated. So custom event, update amount, and the amount is basically gonna get not even spaces. Yeah, it's gonna be spaces, but well, because I have the spaces printed, so that's the name. I'll pick a different name for it, but it's basically gonna be the length, and then current item amount is gonna be set to the length, and then we're gonna check to see if this is greater, greater or equal to max items allowed, and then if it is, we're gonna have to turn shelf full on. Until we decrease an item. Okay? It's not as simple as that. When I take an item away, I'll have to do the same thing. So spaces, length. Oh yeah, I couldn't do that anyway. Update item amount is this. Yeah, no, this is correct. Because this is just saying if it's over the amount, set shelf to full. It doesn't necessarily say whether an item was taken away or added. The adding or taking away will happen later, and then we'll increase this, and then after we increase it or decrease it, then it doesn't matter what the number is, as long as it's just setting the number to that and comparing the number. So the amount could be increased or taken away. Okay, that's for a little bit later. And then we're gonna come over to, oh, I was like, what? Where did that go? I realized that it got longer with the added variables. Okay. Alright, so now that the shelf isn't full and we've decided that, alright, that is that, if it is the correct item, the item that we're holding needs, wait, how many has to be greater than 0? If how many is greater than 0, go to another branch. Actually, I don't need to branch it that way. I can do an enums equal first, because none is still a thing. So stored item. Alright, so do a branch here. So then I don't have to actually worry about whether or not it's over 0. If the answer isn't none, it's guaranteed to be over 0. Okay, so I was about to have something redundant there, but not anymore. Alright, so if enum equals none, so like if it's saying we're not holding anything, that means the shelf is entirely empty and we can move forward from there. However, okay, I think this pops off of storage type is, alright, so if it's the right storage type, and then if enum is none, then we can just continue on dropping our items. However, if it's not none, we need to do wait, actually, it wouldn't matter if it was, yeah, we need to make sure the item that we have matches the item. As for putting the item on the shelf, that doesn't matter, because if it triggered shelf item, it already has space. So I don't need to determine how many is actually irrelevant. How many can stay, because we only add one at a time. So it's not really up to the box to know how many it needs, because the shelf will say the shelf will tell me when it's full or not. So if it's full, it won't even trigger this at all. So how many is actually irrelevant. Or how many is a local variable to the shelf. And then it just won't even ask for a new item if it's full. So all we need to know is the item. Alright, so if the stored item is none, yeah, it doesn't even matter. If the stored item is none, or the stored item I'm looking for enums equals, and I think they put it like equals enum backwards. So I was reading from left to right looking for the wrong thing. Okay, let's do it this way. So the enum can either be none, or the enum can be whatever our stored item is. And if it's not, we're just going to say the items must match. But the enum can either be none or item. Okay. Alright, so if it's either the item that we have in our box, or if it's nothing, like the shelf is empty, then we can continue. Otherwise, we would say to the player, items must match or something. Okay, so that's that. So now we can finally get to move it. We've got rid of all the criteria. How many are there doesn't actually matter, because if this triggered, the shelf has space to begin with. So this is actually keeps the code much neater now that we don't have to do the math here. We'd have to do the math on the shelf. How many's left? Okay, so return a string. Otherwise, we can go ahead and move the item. So the way I moved the item before, did I move it in shelf? No, I definitely moved it in box. It was quite simple to move it. I just have to go find what I was doing when I was practicing moving stuff. Was it this? No. Because I had to take the item that we already had. I think it was this. I had to attach the actor and then I just had to remove it. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was literally all of this. I can take, where are we here? Yeah, basically if it's true, we just want to get the next item in our array that we were storing our items in. And I need to double check that we were storing our items, because we weren't. Oh, that's the one I just added. Yeah, we weren't storing them, but now we are. Okay, so now that we are storing our items, we want to get the first item in the array, right? And this is going to update it. What is this here for? Because I was using a different array for that. Delete this. That grid array was for something else. This is for items now. Okay, we want to get the items in our array, if it's true, so let me back this up some. And we're always just going to get 0, and when it comes to array, it's like deleting stuff. When you use this, it kind of shifts everything over to the side for you. So when I was testing this, I was able to just keep pulling item 0, and it would just keep doing it. So all I really did was attach actor to component. I wonder if I have to detach. I don't think so. I think that just attaching it somewhere else overwrites where it was detached from. And then it's shelf. Do I still use the spaces? Yes, I do. Shelf target spaces 0. 0 is not the answer for this. That is where an integer comes in called new is empty. And we have to do this thing called search for empty slots. Now, I made an inventory system a while back, and that's kind of where I'm getting this from, because technically it is an inventory system. It works exactly like one. It is just a physical representation of an inventory system. So updating the numbers, searching through the inventory system to try to figure out where an empty slot is and when the next thing can go. That's what I'm gonna have to do. This is a little less complicated than that because I just need to take the max item that is allowed and subtract it from the length of the current array. Whereas if you were in an inventory system, you'd have to like filter through a for each loop of widgets and stuff like that. I don't have to do that. Okay. So the next thing we're gonna do item. Alright. So we get the 0 item. So keeping it 0 consistently here works, but keeping this 0 does not consistently work. Because that's just gonna try to overwrite the first item in the shelf, and that's not what we want. So I need to pull that integer, empty slot. Actually, I'll just call it like next empty slot or something like that. Because it'll just try to find the first empty slot. Okay. Alright, so I'll get a number for that in just a minute. Okay, so once we get that, and then after we get it, we want to attach it to the new location, and then we want to remove it from the box. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and remove it from the box. I'm going to need item again. Okay, we want to remove it from here. And then when we go over to the shelf, we're going to want to add one to there. So, but let's sort. Okay. Let's sort through the shelf now. Let's do the part of the shelf that's going to allow us actually to get this empty slot number. No? What's wrong? Given an array index returns a temporary copy of an item. Since it's a copy, changes to this item will not be propagated. What? Hold on. I know, but I literally just did this and it wasn't a problem. What was the difference in my arrays? This was an array of actors and this is an array of blueprints. And it worked just fine. Target. It doesn't like something. I don't know what. It doesn't know what it doesn't like. It just fixed itself. I didn't make any changes. Okay. It was yelling at me and then it was like, okay. Yeah, because I just done it. I'm like, I know this code works. I used it already. But okay, we're going over to the shelf. And, alright, so we're gonna need to send in an empty slot. So in order to get an empty slot, we have to do current amount. It's gonna be max items allowed minus I think I still need to take one away from that, right? Okay, so it's max items allowed, so how many items total, and then the current item amount, which I think is the length, yes. And then I need to subtract 1 from that to get the index. And that is going to be the next empty slot. Alright, so that's going to be the most recent empty slot that we need. Alright, so actor, the shelf is full. Stock shelf, alright, we get that. The shelf is full, the shelf is, if the shelf is not full, send a request back over to the box. Giving the box all that information, the box is going to send that item your way, delete it from here, and we have a shelf reference. Storage source. There's a shelf reference here. Where is it? Right here. VP shelf. Alright. For the time being, I have a temporary shelf reference here. But you are going to have to reference the shelf via the line trace that we haven't gotten to yet. So again, this is something that's hard coded until we get the other components needed. But first this component needs to work and then that component needs to work. So we don't have a line trace yet, so I have a hard reference to the shelf, which is okay for now. We're gonna need to call that shelf again. Where'd it go? Okay. We're gonna need to call the shelf reference again. And now this seems like the better term for stocking the shelf. Let's just custom add to shelf. Alright, so once we are able to add something, we're just gonna call add to shelf. because I've already removed my item from there, and I've already parented it to the slot. However, I've not added it to it over on the shelf side of things, which is the spaces one. So we have something. All right, so we're gonna have items. Items is different than spaces, but I think I'm gonna get rid of spaces and make it items. Spaces are the slots which the items spawn in, but I have a way to do that where I don't need actual spawnable items. And then that is gonna be, for now, it's gonna be BP rice. But typically it's gonna be the master object, whatever the master object is, that rice is gonna be copied from. Alright, so we have items, so when add to shelf is gonna call, we're pretty much just going to add we don't really need to add a physical representation. Yes, we do, because we didn't when we had spaces, but if I'm getting rid of spaces, then the items themselves need to be there. So we're gonna use add items, and it's weird that items, let me think. Add how do we get that reference? Or I can just ask for it. Alright, so the item that we're going to add is going to be of type rice. Going to be an object reference here, and it's going to come from us calling this in the first place. And what is this return value? Boolean. Kind of need to use it before we remove it. Yeah. We'll remove it. This will all happen within the blink of an eye. It's just I don't want it to try to reference something that I'm about to delete. So we'll move it at the end. Okay. So it's gonna add items to shelf, and then space update amount. See, let's just put items here. I'm gonna get rid of spaces soon. Or it's gonna propagate. I propagated actual physical spaces. I'm gonna propagate the shelves the same way I propagate the boxes. So that'll be a little different there. Alright, so the items, the length. Update amount. Okay. Target is self. Alright, so shelf, stock shelf. Where's the player? Emit graph. Shelf. Oh wait, no, I still need that. Let's do 4. Why does this sound like Pirates of the Caribbean? King Rising. It's not, but it sounds like it. Alright, so after we've got the shelf down, what were we supposed to do? Stock shelf, that's the name of the... Alright, when I press 4... Well, I don't even have... I haven't determined whether or not I had a box in my hand. That's a whole other thing we have to build into the hand system that we've got there. Alright, so there's the target. Okay. There's a lot of systems that have to come into play here. This item must be stored in a refrigerator. Really? Rice or none? Let me pick the box up. I picked it up. 4. Yeah. Why must it be stored in a refrigerator? Oh, we're not using rice anymore. We're using dish soap. Ha ha ha. You're right. It must be stored in a refrigerator. Hey, it works. I have the refrigerator. It must be stored in a refrigerator. So it actually did all of the processing. This should be dish soap as well. Dish soap, dish soap. Oh, it switched the line of things too. So candle should be candle. And then add, there's no way to pull a row. Oh, there is. Did I do that right? I don't know, but this should be rice. And then this should be none. None is not a valid row. Why? Well, that's gonna hurt. They don't want you... Nothing. They won't let me put none. I'm gonna have to change it to nothing. I'm also gonna have to go link up the box spec. But let me change the enum to say nothing first. It doesn't like the term none. That's okay. Alright. Save the structs. Saved everything. Go into the data table. So this should now say nothing. It won't change to the word nothing. What? Yeah, what stuff? Nothing. It won't update the text. This is why my links keep breaking. Save. Nothing. The second word should say nothing. It won't do it. Ay, ay, ay. Nothing. There. It did it. Finally. My goodness. I don't care what size nothing is. Let's just make sure rice and dish soap have their sizes. No, wasn't this like 669 or something? What size was the soap? The soap was not 0. That would be like, there'd be nothing on the... I have to find it. What am I doing? This? What size is that? 6925. Okay. Data table. 6925. And then I know this was 15, 15, 16. Good. Alright. Save the data table. Now go back into the box. I have to plug this stuff back in. Wait, this stuff? No. Box. This stuff has to get plugged back in. Because I always have to split this struct and plug size X and size Y in. And it would never do it. Okay. Alright, now that that's saved, I should be able to look in the box. Alright, the dish soap is back in the box. Let's go ahead and pick up. Why did it drop? It kind of dropped to the floor, but that's okay. I didn't change it from refrigerator, did I? Wait, why did we put it down? I'm rotating the box. I'm gonna have to fix that. But cool. Alright, let's keep it this way. And then it's gonna tell me refrigerator again, because after looking at the data table and changing everything, I chose not to change that one factor. Shelf. Play. Pick up my box. Sorry, I'm full. Why are you full? Are you full because I calculated slots, and slots are always gonna be... Shelf is full. Shelf is not full. Shelf, why do you think you're full? Condition shelf full, false. We just started. Why do you think you're full? I want to say it thinks it's full. We never updated the amount though. Add to shelf. Update amount, items, items length. Yeah, I never add to items here. No, add to spaces. Oh. Why aren't these attached? Wait. Set actor hidden. Yeah. For some reason, that's not attached to that when it should be. No, this isn't the right code then. What's this? Event begin? No, yeah, that's not the right code. So this stuff that I put here, it belongs up here. Okay. And now I need to figure out why it thinks it's full. Spaces, it's full of spaces. Yes, but it's not full of items. That's why I had to make that distinction. And I'm thinking I didn't make that distinction somewhere. Shelf full, get the length. Items, length, current item amount. Oh, because it thinks it's full because it was 0 because I I had the determination of max items allowed not set in the right spot. So it wouldn't set max items allowed at all, and this default value would have been 0, so it would think it's full because 0. So now that I've corrected that and moved it into the right location, let's test it. Okay, I picked up my box. Okay. It's B stacking that stuff. Ooh, it do it. Stack some more. Oh, we cannot stack more. Oh, it's full. It's full. I tried to stack another one and it said, sorry, I'm full. It did everything it's supposed to do. Would you look at that? We stack neatly on the shelf. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And here I am having the code work like exactly correct on the first time. As you can see, the little red spawning boxes are where it is, but I'm gonna switch the spawn to, I want to switch the spawn to the way I have it here in the box. However, there was that issue with padding, so I would have to figure out a way to add padding, because with these I can spawn them separately and add the padding between them, and that's what allowed me to that's kind of what allowed me to space the items out like they're spaced now, and not have them stuck next to each other like they are if I did a single individual box. I could, and then I guess the problem is each item would take different padding, so it would be really difficult to do it that way. But I think in the long run the shelf takes up more data than the box does, just because I'm spawning both the items in an array and I'm spawning the slots that they sit in a separate array. So I think doing a little bit of, well, I want to do the math to get the padding just right, but padding is not going to be the same for every object. So I'm either stuck, maybe I can do a percentage of padding instead of hard numbers, because if padding is something that I have to like hard code into the data table for every single object, it's going to get tedious. With these in the box, I don't have to do anything, it just bases it off the box size. Maybe padding could be consistent for every item, like 10. No, because something skinny as this, 10 padding would look different than, I don't know. I'd have to figure it out, because right now that's the biggest problem. The problem keeping me from switching systems is the fact that the padding is good for the shelf, the way they're separated like that, but it's not necessarily good for the box, because the box, you can just stuff everything together in a box without padding. And those are going to be the two problems. But look at that. We managed to get it onto the shelf, but we haven't managed to take it back off of the shelf. So let's do this in reverse. We're getting there. We're getting there. Alright, to do it in reverse, I kind of just need the same, pretty much the same systems, the same methods. We need to know, oh, I need to, do I update the box? Give me a quick sec. I need to do another test. I don't even have to use the box. I know we moved the exact item, so if I press 4, I can't, I see it coming out of the box, I do, but that's because I'm attaching a physical item outside of the box. Yeah, I see it going out, they're leaving, but I don't know if I'm updating the actual, yes I am, of course I am. I delete down up here, no, what's that? That's for picking up the box. I do, right here. I removed the item from items, which is the array. So the array does shrink as I remove the item. So yeah, I am removing it. So that would give me the ability to also add it. When I populate, do I populate the max number like I do on shelves? Yep, max items allowed. So now it's just gonna be box item. Yeah, it's just gonna be the same thing in reverse basically. I think box item's gonna take a little bit more space. Probably not that much, but I'm gonna give it some room. Alright, so in order to box the item, it's just basically the same information but in reverse. So the way I did it for the shelf, might as well just do it the same way. Get actor whether or not the shelf is full, so whether or not the box is empty, which I've already done that. Then oh, okay. Geez, so I could try to take the item, but I would need to know. Let me see. I want to do this one differently than that. Because the shelf is going to be the shelf. The box is always going to be the box. The box is more dynamic. So let's talk through this one after I take a sip. Okay. Alright, let's talk through this one. We want to take the items off of the shelf. So first, we need to know if the box is empty. If the box is not empty, I guess we still need to communicate to the shelf. Maybe not. If the box is empty, we can put stuff in there. If the box is not empty, I need to know how many spaces are left. So knowing how many spaces are left is basically just items, the length of items minus 1. Yeah, minus 1 would give me the index, but how many spaces are left would be how many spaces are left would be the amount left over max allow items minus, right? Max allow or it just has to be less than, not minus. It just has to be greater than, that's not what I want. Alright, this one has to be greater than, I guess equals. Let's do greater equal. Alright, if it's greater than or equal to the length of this array, then no, because then I need to do subtraction to get the number. If it's greater than hold on, there has to be a better way to do that without having to do the calculation twice. How do I do it for the shelf? Oh, okay. I did a current item amount every update. So items, length, set current item amount. Do I have a current amount? Total current items, I sure do. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. Alright, we're gonna do total current items here. Okay, and then I think if total current items is still less than max, then we're not full. Yeah, if this is greater than or equal to, set it to full. Otherwise, I guess it just assumes that we're not full. Let me save this really quick. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a branch. Set. Darn. Box empty. Because I would need a box empty and then a box full. Yeah, empty is when it's all the way emptied out. Full is when it can't take any more items. I guess both of them will be necessary. No, because I only have one for the shelf, partially empty. Yeah, I guess I did it that way. Full. Let's do box full. But the box is going to start off full when it spawns in. And then anything less than not full, so long as it's not empty. So box full. Okay. Compile. It's going to be full by default because it's going to spawn in with a full case of items. So if, see, there's the difference, and the difference is the difference, I guess, is the shelf's going to start off empty by default, but the box starts off full by default. So that's kind of why it's done in reverse. But I can do it the same way. It's fine. Update box. It's not custom. I need to do custom event. And we're gonna call that what? Add custom event. I clicked it. Update. What word am I trying to think of? Update box. Just update box in general. Because there's a lot of stuff you can do. Maybe you want to add up certain other updates later to the box. You could also do those there. Let's see, the shelf. That's basically it for now. This, as far as the update goes. We'll update every time we make it in some kind of adjustment. Now, if we want to put an item in the box, we need to know when we request it. I think I have to do a unstocked shelf item, and it's going to be basically the reverse of this. So for this type of stuff is going to go in the box, and the stuff that went in the box is going to go on the shelf. I'm just going to call it custom event. unstock shelf. And basically unstock and shelf is going to be the one requiring the information this time. And no, well, it's going to be having items requested, because the box is going to trigger unstock shelf, which is going to go, actually I guess not, I guess the unstock will still use the same amount of information. Alright, it would need to, we'll have the same. Alright, so basically it needs to know when unstock shelf is triggered and you're holding a box in your hand, we're gonna need to know if the box is full or not. Because if the box is full, we're not even gonna ask the shelf for the information. But at some point, we are gonna need to know the information that the shelf has on it. We're gonna need to know the type of the only things we need is whether or not the box is full, the type of items that we're trying to collect, and if that type of item fits into our box. If the box is half full. So if the box is full, we just say, sorry, I'm full. But if the box is not full, I need to know how many items are in that box. So current box items, total current items. Alright, so if it's not full, I need total. Well, actually, if it's not full, then we don't really need to know how much, because we don't need to know how much items are there, because we only do items on a one-by-one basis. So as long as it's not full every check, we can always assume that there's space to add it. We don't necessarily need to know the index of the space. We just need to make sure that it's not full. So that actually saves us a lot of processing work. Like if you were making an inventory system, you'd need to know the index of the item, because inventory systems take multiple of different items. However, this is something that's going to take that same one item. So alright, so I've got the box here. So long as the box is not full, we can check to see if the item that's on the shelf alright, so long as the box isn't full, check that the item on the shelf matches our item. So I don't know why. This is a box. This shouldn't take any item. It should send an item. So the shelf should be the one requesting that item. Okay. And it's going to be, what item are you trying to take? Alright. Do I have a shelf reference? I do. Alright, so if it's false, shelf reference, unstock shelf. We're going to need a couple custom events for this. Alright, so go ahead and unstock the shelf. And the information we're going to send it is what we're already carrying. The item that we already have, right? Item. I changed reference item to item, right? Yeah, item. Now in the shelf, if the item is none, then that's fantastic. We can go ahead and send it over. But otherwise, we're gonna have to see if the items match. What's wrong here? That was working. That's what I had in there. Weird. Sometimes it doesn't update or change the name quick enough, so it thought it was broken, but it's not. Alright, so now that I have that item, I'm gonna go ahead and equals enum. I'm gonna need 2 of them. So if it's nothing, or if it it can either be nothing or it can be current item stored. Oops, I moved those around. I don't know how I did that, because for the longest time I thought you couldn't move variables. What? I thought you couldn't reorder variables for the longest time. What? This whole time I struggled to move variables because that process is so slow and so finicky. I thought that it just wasn't possible. Wow. Alright, so the item coming in can either be nothing, or it can be the item that's already in the box if something's already in the box. Oh, wait. If the box... Update box... shoot. Alright. If it's greater than... I need to do a... If the box... To determine if the box is empty. Because if the box is empty, I need to set the item to nothing. Otherwise, it's always going to try to put the one item in. So that's kind of why I had it as box empty. But that's okay, because once... Okay, so total current items... If total current items... Then... Oh wait, then box is full. I meant to set box full. But I need to do another branch to deplete. So if total current items oops, I didn't mean to do that. If it equals to 0, then we have to set... I need to do the same thing for the shelf as well, which wouldn't have come until it was time to take stuff away from it. But if total current items equals 0, I need to set item to nothing. Right, because right now it's set to like rice or something, but we need to make sure that failsafe is there to set it back to absolutely nothing. Alright, so back to where we were. We were in the shelf. Alright, so if the shelf is nothing, or it's the current item stored, then sure, go for it. Go ahead and take the item. And that has to do with the attaching and detaching. Oh, wait. Shoot. Well, if it's nothing, We can't just go ahead. We can't just go ahead because I forgot there are different box types. So I have to separate this. I tried to do the OR thing before and I totally forgot I couldn't do it. Okay, so if it is the current item stored, okay, if it is the current item, then but if it's not the same as the current item, well, if it's not the same as the current item, then it's empty. Like, that's a guarantee. We wouldn't even call this code if it wasn't empty. We wouldn't call this code if it was full. Right? We would never call the code if it's full. Right. Yeah, so nothing is implied. If it's not the current item and this code was called, you can leave nothing here if you want it to be like a definite failsafe, but the nothing is implied. Because if we call this, that means we have space. And if we don't have space for the current item, the box must be empty. So, but we can leave that in there, but it is implied that that is the only logical thing that can happen. And it's kind of good to have it in there if you change your script later. And you'd be like, you know, you'll definitely have a nothing pathway for when there's nothing entered in. So, alright, so next, the current item stored. Is that or nothing is that? So if it's nothing, we will need to make sure we need to send the box type in the event that it is nothing. Nox type, no, box type. Alright, and that is actual box type. Because if the box is empty, we need to make sure that the item that we're trying to pull in, I suppose I could have put this in a box as well. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of this information could be pulled from the line trace when we do the line trace. So I will probably have to reorganize some of the information that we kind of share back and forth. That's okay. Let's make sure the system itself works first, and then we'll go in and add a little bit of nuance. So, so for the starting position, alright, let's do nothing first. Yeah. Alright, so if it's nothing, we need to make sure that the item matches the box type. So if it's nothing, we need to get the current item stored, and then we need to get a data table. Now, honestly, the second we store an item on the shelf, we should store that data table information, so I'm not constantly fetching data tables. And then once it depletes to 0, wipe out that information. Where's the failed data table thing? Is it this? Alright, enum to string, then to string. Oh, I did row names, didn't I? these just get row. Get data table row. Here to here. Alright, so we've gotten the current item. And we need to make sure, let's see. Alright, so once we've got that row information, we need to take the box type and make sure that this item can even go in the box that we're trying to put it in. Because it might not be able to. Alright, when we're clashing. Let's move that down. That down. This is gonna become longer. Oh gosh. Let's go ahead and move this to the side. Alright, where are we? Alright, so now we need to figure out box type there. If the two box types are the same, if they are, you're good. If they're not, print, I need to go in a different box. This isn't the box for me. Alright, and then if it is the right box, we should be able to go ahead and put, we should be able to go ahead and collect the item back into the box by moving it like this. Alright, we're going to get, it's the item we want to move. Oh, I need to figure out what an empty slot is as well. The next empty slot, what did I calculate? I calculated empty slot on the fly. Max allowed current item minus -1. Which means I need an empty slot. Empty slot is essentially an integer. And let's go ahead and put that empty slot in before we request. Not update box. I think it is box item, right? Yeah, empty slot. Okay, and empty slot again is going to be max items allowed minus the current items. I took max items allowed twice. Total current items, and then that's going to be -1. to get the, there we go. Let's see. Okay, so now that we've got those items, let's come on over to the shelf and do the attachment now, which is you get this item. Do you get it at 0? You don't, because you're kind of doing it in reverse. So you get it at you don't get it at 0. You get it at your own next slot available. So I have to do max slots allowed again for this one. This is in the shelf. I have to do the current amount. I have to subtract them. And then I have to subtract them against 1. And that's going to give me the current slot that's available in here. Not necessarily the one that's available in the box. There's in the way. Alright, let's see if I can stick it this way. Alright, so now that I've got that item, I'm also gonna need I guess we can just attach it to the next component, really. Alright. No. Don't we have to add it to attach actor to component? I feel like I used something else, but I guess snaps to target. Snap to target's gonna have to change when I add the animation in. But I'll be gliding it along the trajectory. Yeah, okay. Attach. Alright, attach actor to component. The target is here. Right. No. Items, this is our items. That's not the target, that's the parent. Nope, that is the, yeah, that is the target. Our next item, and then the parent we're gonna snap it to. is gonna be, I never promoted this to a variable, unfortunately. That is, I thought I copied it. Hold on. Alright, the one that you're gonna snap it to is going to be this. We'll get this first. And then we'll get its, I have that list called items as well. Get items, and then we'll get a copy. And then the copy we're gonna get from here, basically the same formula, but I'd sent it through with this node here. Alright, so we got a copy of that, and then that is what's gonna be, that's not it, hold on. No, the component we need to attach it to is going to be the box. Uh-oh. I think I've come to an error. The component we need to attach it to, is the actual box. This box 1. But the where we need to attach it to, I need to get the math out. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work in reverse like I think. It works for the shelves because I made little squares for all of the items to stick to. But the box, however, uses the math of the shape of the items. So, in order to get that information, I would have to, it looks like I would have to go back and pull where would the index for that last item that's empty on the shelf, where would that index be based on the shapes in the row? Based on the shapes in the row of the actual object, where would that index be? And that is the problem with using the shape of the box. See, they both have their perks. That's the problem with using the shape of the box versus using, I'm not going to be able to press play. Let's get box 1. A flaw that I didn't see until I had already made both systems. It just means that both systems will have to use the shelf system. And I couldn't use, well, both systems still work and they still function. I would just have to add more code to, I would just have to add a bit more code to the box to get to pinpoint where the next thing will be. So far I'm seeing 2 downsides for the box system. And if I press play and cancel, where my error's at? What's wrong with the character? Yeah, find that for me. I remember deleting that node. Alright, so far I found 2 flaws with using this box system. So even though everything fit nicely into the box in order without padding, the problem is in order to calculate where to put it back into the box, I would have to do that math in reverse based upon how many of the specific objects were still in there, and that seems a little bit more tedious, whereas the shelf system, I have separate nodes placed out and spawned out, and the objects, if you can see here, Box empty. I actually went the wrong direction. Is it 3? No. 4. What do you mean box empty? Box is full. I just, oh, because I did the reverse. I flipped for the box, I flipped the variable. At first I was using box empty, and now I'm using box full. So actually all of this needs to flip. So true is now false, and false is now true. Did not think of that when I think that's the only one space I need to change that in. So, but basically everything attached to a node spot here, here, and here. So now I've got those in, and they're going to the center of those red. But however, I don't use those when I do the box. I use math to calculate the position inside the box, and if I want to put anything back into the box, I'd also have to use math to determine how many items are missing from the box, what that next item slot's location data is, and where I can put that location data. Now, one way to solve it would be, I guess, to either make another array and store location data for each object, but that array is going to have to change every single item. Every time an item changes, that array is going to have to change. And that sucks. The only other way to do it would just be to use the same system. I was about to delete this system and use the box system to store everything in the middle of one. I was about to delete that, and actually I think I still might, because I just think it's a better system. It spawns in less things, and I don't have to manage 2 arrays full of data. So it still might be the better system, even though I'm now going to have to write a bunch of extra code to determine the placement of each object, which shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, that's the problem we've run into now. Placement of objects back into the box. Are they disappearing from here? Oh, I think they are. Okay, I see them disappearing. Alright, sorry, I'm full, and it won't let a new one go in. That's so cool that I got that working. That's really awesome. Alright. But now, in order to get them back into the box, we have to write a bit of math to determine how to get them back in. Alright, so I can finish up the collection section of that. However, actually, now that I think about it, attach actor. Yeah, because it's gonna attach to the center of it if I don't include the math. Because if I take a look at the box and attach actor to where they were spawned in initially, where did I initially spawn? Here. I initially spawned this stuff in. Spawn actor, keep relative when I spawned it in. But it had its relative transform given to it by the math. So without that additional math, I won't know where to place a new item. So let's go ahead and complete this just so we're not trailing off. And then we'll go ahead and work up the math to try to get this is a shelf. Wait, where's the thing I was working on? This one. Alright, so complete this. Alright, actually, let me test it. It would definitely be... What's that? What's the unlock one? No, not shelf item. Unlock. It's up here. No. Collect. No, that's for picking up the box itself. Box item. Okay. Alright, so to box the item, unstock shelf. Box item is the name of the thing. We're gonna go get. That's not it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get the box. And then we're gonna call box item. Alright, so that's gonna be pressing the 1 key. Let's see if it works the way I think it does. I think it's gonna spawn it. I mean, it'll come back, but I think it'll come back to like the center or something. It's not gonna go back into a slot. So let's put them, like, let's put enough on the shelf so I see them disappear inside the box. So 4, 4, 4, and now 1. Sorry, I'm full. The box is not full. Wait, what? Did I try to do it backwards? The box doesn't. The box does say sorry, I'm full. Box full. I haven't updated the box. I didn't update the box after the thing to determine whether or not the box was still full. So I have to yeah, I didn't turn that switch off. So the box starts off full, and then update box needs to trigger. So the second I place one on the shelf, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 second. No, I'm back. Oh, welcome in. Do. I've been hydrated. Doesn't it feel good to be hydrated? Alright, so let me just test where the items are going to come back to. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's not supposed to do that. 1 second. Alright, so one of the problems we were having was determining where the items go back to. Did I test it after I did the reverse box full thing? No, it still thinks it's full. Why? Oh, because I never turned it off. Yeah. Alright. Update box. Whoa. Set box full. Otherwise false. Set box. Wait, what? Total current items is greater than that. Oh, there's another branch. So immediately false, I would set box full to false. And then whether it's half empty or not, doesn't matter. Now, the last thing I have to do is every time a box change happens, I need to update box. That is going to be unstocked shelf. What? Every time an update change, actually I can update the box here. Where did I update? I did add to shelf. Update box here. You have to update box twice. Alright, I update it here and then I will update it. So this is where I would start grouping some common functions, but the point of that is that's not really the point of this. The point of this is to get systems working, and then how neatly I would do it once the system is working and I understand how the flow of how it works. Then I put my own like nuances in it, because I wouldn't be communicating back and forth like this. The box would just be controlling all of its box functions. But that's okay. That's quite alright. So get active class, attach. Target is box 1, and then I'm going to update box here. Because don't I already attach actor to component? Yeah, but I never go into the box and add it. Yeah, I never actually go into the box and add one. So I'm gonna do that. Alright, so sheesh. Alright. Let me... Where would I update that box at? This isn't the box for me. Get actor. Yeah, so once I get the actor, I can update the box. But I'm not adding or subtracting a box. I'm taking this here Because in the box, when I do it for the, yeah, go ahead and do the removing here. Items, remove it from this specific one. But I never add, alright, so I need to do a big remove, so I need items. No, I didn't need to set it. I meant to get it, and then we're gonna go ahead and remove item, and then that's gonna go here, and we're going to remove. You know what? I just realized the music stopped. Something's missing. And it's waiting for me to click onto the page again. I don't have time for that. Just play the music. I don't have time to keep clicking in onto the page. It's stupid. Why such a feature exists, I don't know. I guess it's like the one of those, are you still listening? Like, if I wasn't listening, I'd turn it off. Sheesh. Alright, so items, get one. Which is the one that I need to remove from here? This. Alright? I'm getting it and I'm moving it over, and then I'm destroying it. But I don't ever, and then I guess I need to update. I did update the box, but for some reason I never added to the box's items, and I think it's the same for, like, this should always return empty, because I don't see myself ever adding to, yeah, I sent it to the parent, but inside the parent I'm never adding it to that array. Item, I'm adding it and taking it away from our array, but I'm never going in and adding it to their array. So on shelf, right here, add to shelf, items, add, item to add. That's where I did it. So I do add it there, so I need to do the same thing to add to box. Add to box. No, custom event. Come on. Add to box. Save, compile. What kind of component is it? BP underscore rice. Come on. Oh, it went through. Item to add, and come on. And this is essentially the item that you need to add to the box, and then we can just run. Yeah, we can just take our items. So it turns out I did already do this for the shelf. I just needed to come and do it for here. Alright, the item to add is going to be that, and then we can call update box from here, so we don't need to update the box from multiple places. Target is self. Alright, so then I go back into the shelf, compile and save this one. Back into the shelf where I have update box, I'm going to replace it with add to box. Where is it? The event. Huh? The event that I just made. Add to box. From off of here. Yeah, there it is. Alright, I'm going to call that function instead of calling this function here, move that there. And then the item to add is this, right? Yeah, because that's the item we're removing from here. That's the item we're shifting over. This should now work now that I'm turning flipping the switch on and off for the box. I should be able to throw them. Emphasis on should. Oh, I picked up the box by mistake. I wanted to leave it on the floor. Box is not empty. Box cannot be empty after adding one item. So there's something wrong with my update statement. The if statement. See, I shouldn't have switched it back from box full. I really shouldn't have. But now I've done it. Box full. If it's not full. Alright. Oh, wait. If the box full is false. This is backwards. The box full is true. We just say box full. But that's only if we're trying to put stuff in it. What? This is, I wrote it backwards, so now I have to do everything backwards. Box full. The box full is the intention. I wrote the word box true. But box full should only come if I'm trying to I shouldn't have switched it. Because I had it all set up written for box empty, and now that I've switched the logic, I have to switch the logic throughout the entire line. Alright, so if the box is full. No, this is right. If the box is full, but not if we're trying to add something to it. That's where I messed up. This is only triggered if we're trying to take away. Alright, so let's find out. I might have to rewrite all of this over again. That's so stupid. Just because I switched it from empty to full. Box full is true by default. Okay, so if the box is full, if the box isn't full, then what are we doing here? Nothing. Alright, so if the box has at least one thing in it, if that thing in it equals item stored, or if it equals nothing, I thought I got rid of this double or statement. Okay, so if the box is... See, doing this from the perspective of the box being emptied out is one thing. Now I need to do it from the perspective of the box being full. So box full is actually now the intended thing. So if there's something in the box, but I can't even do a false statement because the box not being full is one thing, but this needs to say if the box is down to 0. And then only if it's down to 0 is the box full. I'm completely empty. Golly. Just to do quick, total current items. I did the wrong one. Alright. Total current items equal. Alright, if the total current items equals 0. And we try to shelf it. Alright. If we try to shelf it, just say box is empty. Alright, let's put it back the way it was without using that one variable. Alright. So I'm trying to put something on the shelf. I still have stuff in my box. Okay. That should work. I use a different statement. No, now it's saying the box is empty. It didn't even do one thing. Oh, did I do the wrong? I did total current items 0 because it would be. I don't know why it would be, because when it first spawns in, total current items is supposed to equal yeah, when this first spawns in, max items allowed, sure. Total current items, set total current items to equal max current allowed. We have all the items we need when this first spawns in. Wait, what's the problem now? I didn't change. What? Why did it disable that? Turn it if total current items is 0. It says something about wildcard. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm back to stocking the shelf. And it's deleting from the box. But now can we put it back in the box? No. It's not working. I can keep stocking the shelf, but for some reason. Oh yeah, now the shelf is full. And I cannot take anything off the shelf just yet. Let's figure out why. I think I don't have the communication set up. Press 1, box item. That was for shelf item. What about box item? Box items this one? No. See? I don't think I had it set up. Update box. Alright, box item. If the box is full, which it isn't. Otherwise, unstock shelf, A4, empty slot. Okay. Alright, so go to the shelf, unstock shelf is what we're working in. Unstock shelf. Okay, I need to do some print statements so I can see what the problem really is here. Get active class is this. Current item stored is equal to the item we're trying to take. Box item. Yeah. Current item store is equal to the item we're trying to take. Oh, because I never actually done the stuff to allow it to be taken. Wouldn't this just go here? Oh, but only one can go. Wait, why can only one go? No, that's both. Okay. Alright, right? We just wanted to get the actor, set the target. We wanted to do all of that good stuff. No, it's not working. I didn't do it correctly. Have to do some print statements to figure out what's going on. I accidentally closed my box. One moment. Is this thing on? Alright, the next part. I don't know why it's not going back into the box. I just have something crossed. So I'm gonna go into the shelf. I'm gonna say this should go here. Because right now it should trigger here. Let's see, print. Because it is the same object. We're not even worried about if it's nothing, if the box is empty. Available space. Because it's all the same object, so that should print that. Now let's start debugging where all of this should go. Okay, let's clear some space up first. I didn't mean to pick the box up. No, it's not calling the functions. Me pressing a button, it doesn't even call the function, so. Alright, shelf reference. Wait, what? Unstuck shelf. What? I don't even have a, yeah, I do, shelf reference. What's the name of the unstuck shelf is the name of the function. Why is this here? Get active class. I have no idea. But current item available. What item? What item should be current item stored? Unless current item stored isn't being changed from nothing and it's running this false. Print. No, it could be coming down here and the thing is triggering. No current item stored. Let's try that. I think that's what's happening because now that I think about it, I don't remember changing it from what current item is stored. But I've been staring at this for 7 hours now, so let's see. Let's see if that's the problem. Let's go put some stuff on. Yeah, no current item is stored. The second the items go into the shelf, add to shelf, add items, update amount, update amount, no, when an item goes onto the shelf, isn't it added from add box? Pardon me. Isn't the items added from the other? The items are added here. So the second I put an item on, I will have to take it off though. But right here. Shelf, add to shelf, item to add. And then I need to set. Yeah, add to shelf, item to add. Where is that? Add to shelf. No, where's that? Add to shelf, is that this? No, that's unstock shelf. Oh, that was this one. Add to shelf, item to add. Yeah, that's correct. Right here, this is the one line that's missing. Current item stored. Set. No? Darn. Set, it needs to set the item to shelf item, because shelf item could be nothing, and it needs to, let's just set it here. Let's just set it. Or item to add just could take, add to shelf could be the item, the physical item that to add, which is that, and then Oh, item. And that's okay. Set this. Because it never gets set, so it never thinks it's the same item. And then when the shelf is emptied again, I meant to set it back to nothing. But let's just see if this was the reason that it was broken. I'm pretty sure that was the reason that it was broken, but let's just make sure there's no multiple reasons. Okay, stock the shelf. No current items stored. That's not true. I just stored like 4 current items. It's still saying no current items stored. Oh, you're right. I never switched it. I added the, I think I'm getting tired. The item has to go in. But that's okay. I want to get this section done. Okay, we got 4 things. Available space, okay. And now that we are printing available space, because the items do match up, right here, I can go plug this back into where I thought it should go before, when I thought it was broken. Okay. I didn't mean to pick up the box, but we'll alright. It's not going back in, so it still doesn't like it. That's okay. Oh wait, now I'm trying to get item node. So I'm not building out. There's an array I didn't build out. Where? Access none, trying to read. This? Items? So I don't have a shelf. I don't have any items. When it spawns in, I do too. That's on shelf. Wait. Items. Shelf doesn't have any items. Yeah, it does. I added to shelf just a second ago. Shelf items are here. Boxes items are there. Shelves items. Add. The item is still being added. What could the problem be? I don't know. But I'm gonna call it here for the night. It's been 7 long hours, and I'm gonna take a break before jumping back into this. So thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been a wonderful wild ride. We still got a lot of things done today, despite falling short on that last thing. But I'll probably have a thought, come back, figure it out, and then all will be right with the world again. But thanks again. It's gonna be, a great ride. Think about it. This is pretty much one of the core mechanics of the game. A lot of the other stuff is just adding a story, adding a bit of fluff, and creating multiple items. So once once I can get these interactions to be correct, that's like 50% of the game already done. So thanks again for joining, and I'll catch you all in the next one. See ya.